Yes, that's right. Thankfully, the balls remain the same.
Point,
Oh,
and they've got an additional 0.8 of a millimetre.
is that right?
They had 1.2 for the blocks.
Yeah. So that's a 33% reduction. I would expect some long games.
I'd expect some long
Although,
games.
yeah, they've been playing on them now.
Yeah, they should be a little bit more used to
If
them.
you can get in front of them.
Yeah.
But then I remember that tournament, the first one where they had these.
Yeah.
I remember being just.
Oh, I know, me too.
And it just didn't go through. What's that about? But you've kind of got to be there, don't you?
You do. Yeah, that's right. Want to be. Yep. Rid of this thing. It's in my way because I want to see the screen. 5 seconds. Shall I start? You start?
You can start.
Okay. Kia ora. Welcome to the third Women's AC World Championships being held here in Christchurch. I'm Nelson Morrow and I'm commentating with Peter Philby.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Peter.
This is a first for me, so I hope
I'm sure you'll be fine. We're going to be streaming 2 matches. The first match is between Debbie Lyons from England and Bonnie Johnson from New Zealand, and they will be playing with the secondary colours. And the other match will be Miranda Chapman from New Zealand playing Beatrice McGlenn from England. So there's 2 matches going on the one lawn.
For those that are unaware, the secondary colours are pink, white as one pairing and green and brown as the other. And the prime colours are red and yellow as one set and blue and black.
These are best of 3 matches. The time limits are 4, 3, 3. And at the moment the players are just warming up.
Both all the games that are on this lawn.
So players are now having a 5-minute warm-up just to acquaint themselves with the lawns, to get their body moving, get their mallets swinging. This is something that didn't used to happen some years ago, but I think it's something now that's quite standard to have a warm-up before the match starts.
It started, I think, very much when the Australians started coming over here.
Right.
And somewhere in the rules it said that you should have a 5-minute warm-up, and we'd never done it. I mean, our warm-up shot was the first shot onto the lawn.
Yeah.
Prior to that, but the Australians insisted, as they're sticklers for rules. I'm not sure if we should say that. But
yeah. But no, I mean, certainly in our time, it came in, I don't know, perhaps 10 or 15 years ago, I'd say, wouldn't you?
Give or take, yeah.
And then it's done throughout the world now, because when I first started playing in England, it certainly, you didn't get a warm-up, and then it happened during that period.
Yeah. And your first shot onto the lawn was your first chance to judge the pace of the lawn, whereas now you should have that well and truly sorted by then.
Yeah. So that's Miranda Chapman we can see at the moment, and that's Bonnie in the forefront.
With the black top and the white hat.
Yep. And I think Miranda's sort of the other way round. She's got the black shorts and the white top at the moment.
At this point, I should probably declare a bias of sorts in that Bonnie is a cousin by marriage. And she also plays in the same district that I play in, and has done remarkably well. She's had a lot of, shall we say, mallet problems leading up to the tournament, as some time ago someone was miserable enough to remove both her and her husband's croquet gear from the back of their utility. And she has had some difficulty arriving at a mallet that replaced the one she had. For quite some time she was borrowing one of mine that she really liked, but has now got a trimmer, a travel trimmer.
Yep, and they're great mallets.
Yeah.
You know, probably I think the best mallets in the world at the moment. You know, but perhaps I shouldn't say that with.
Well, you're probably not allowed, given the Terminators. We should. Well, no, we're not meant to mention them.
No.
Yes, but as I point out, it's Bonnie that should be controlling the mallet, not the mallet controlling Bonnie.
But as we all know, you know, it gets, if you're happy with a mallet, it doesn't get in your head that the mallet's not right for you.
Correct.
So it's sometimes it's just a mind thing. But if your mind feels the mallet's not right, you're not going to play well.
But obviously, given that she's got as far as she has, the mallet's not as much of an issue as it was at the start.
So in terms of seeding here, Debbie is the 4th seed and Miranda is the 5th seed. And they are obviously playing, Debbie is playing someone who was a 4th seed in this knockout, and Miranda's playing Bonnie, who's a 3rd seed in this block, or knockout.
Would you say the New Zealand players have outperformed their rankings, or?
Well, in the knockout, there's 16 players. At the moment, there are 7 New Zealanders, 5 Australians, 3 English, and 1 Scot. So that's the nationality. And I think the New Zealanders, certainly Bonnie was not seeded to qualify for the knockout. She has.
Well, neither was Cindy or Marion, I wouldn't have thought.
Neither was Cindy or Marion, that's right.
Yeah. In fact, Marion, we can't see her on camera, but she's on the lawn next to the one we're looking at. Probably last year was ready to give the game up on the basis that she was too old.
Yeah, well, I believe she's now the oldest player ever to make a knockout in world croquet.
Yeah.
82, I think she is. And
something along those lines.
Pretty amazing, you know, to still be playing at this sort of level and to reach the knockout of this event.
She has always been a difficult player to play against.
Yep.
I know a couple of years ago she was having enormous trouble running hoops. And
yes, well, you may have seen some of the results from the block play. We had some fairly low scores. And I think a lot of it was to do with the hoops. The hoops are the Atkins hoops. They're set very firmly in the ground. During the block stage, they were set with an additional 1.2 millimeters to the ball.
That's the biggest ball plus 1.2 mil. And one of the New Zealand referees, Steve Clark, has just turned up. Are you adjudicating on this? Have you been set this lawn? Right.
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 Okay, we're about to start, and
we won't know who's won the toss, will we necessarily?
No. We should see some names on the screen once they have put those up. So it'll be blue and black, and red and yellow will start first.
They might agree something else, Nelson.
They seem to be tossing a coin at the moment. And
that's Miranda's just tossed the coin.
Yep. So when you toss the coin, you have a choice of start, or to go second, or to choose colours. So normally players do tend to choose to go
first.
Go first.
There are some players that prefer particular colours, and they may well choose to play with a particular set of colours. However, that gives the other player the chance to go either first or second.
And as we said earlier, this is a best of three. So in the second game, the player who didn't win the toss will have the choice, and again they can choose play or colours.
So anyway, it looks like Beatrice is playing with blue and black, and she's about to put her first ball on the lawn.
Okay, she's a standard opening.
Pretty standard.
So she has put the black ball out on the
East boundary, I think.
I'm terrible with my east and west.
I'm never quite sure which is north and south either. I think this is north.
This is
North boundary.
Yep. So Miranda is playing yellow and red, and she's come to the north boundary, and I imagine she's going to go just out of the second corner.
Do you regard this as a defensive opening?
Yes, I think it's you're. Yep, she's probably about 6 inches out of the corner peg. Might be a little bit more, might be 8.
Is it worth explaining why she's put it there? The reason is that there's a temptation to go for that yellow ball, but if you miss, you're likely to leave a double, which is 2 balls for the opposition to aim at.
So that's why you don't want to put the ball actually
in the corner.
Beatrice is shooting for black, and she hits. She just tickles the side of the ball. So she's got 2 choices here. She can take off and come and remove the yellow, or she can just set a rush. I mean, obviously it's better to remove the yellow, don't you think, Peter?
Well, I don't know. I personally myself, when somebody puts a ball in the number 2 corner, I like to go about a metre up from it, and then say, "Well, hit it then," because if she doesn't, there's a chance of getting a cannon out of it. It's I don't know how really good players would actually.
This is travelling. This is travelling.
No, I think it's right. It's going through that green bit.
This is travelling. This is travelling.
Perfectly.
Perfect shot. Yeah, you're well judged, Peter. I think what helped there's a patch of green on this corner, and I think we'll just have to slow it up.
Just pulled it up, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. Yep. Okay, lovely, thank you. So Beatrice has managed to actually get behind the ball, which was
in the corner pretty well.
pretty fantastic. So she has now brought the ball in field. I imagine she'll put that down near the peg and go back to her own ball and set a rush for her own ball towards the yellow. I mean, it's great when you have the setting. The only problem is if Miranda does hit,
exactly.
she's actually given a lot.
Yes.
That went a little bit further than she would have hoped. She would probably prefer to have stayed north of the peg, but it's still not an easy shot for Miranda. Now
I imagine that Miranda will shoot down the east boundary at blue and black.
Yeah, from the B balk. So we have 2 balks. One is the south run, which runs from corner 1 to the middle of the lawn, and the other one is from the middle of the lawn to corner 2.
No, corner 3.
Corner 3, you're dead right.
Thank God for that.
So she'll probably be hitting the ball out, so leaving herself a perfect rush towards yellow.
Well, certainly infield. I think it's more likely to be pointing.
Ooh.
Leaves an interesting target.
It does.
Although,
And certainly Miranda can nearly, I imagine, could be nearly make a double of that.
however, if she doesn't hit it, it opens up the opportunity to rush down into the corner and get a good rush to yellow.
I'm not sure what sort of boundary line that is like down there. Well, since I've played on this lawn.
I think this lawn's
pretty good.
as good as any.
Yeah.
To be honest, some of the other lawns at United have their own idiosyncrasies, shall we say?
Yep.
Lawn 1 in particular is very, very difficult to get in front of hoop 1.
Yep.
And so that getting a start is often difficult.
I'm not sure what the lawn speed is today. I mean, it's a slightly cloudy day, so there's no sun out at the moment, which will obviously speeds up the lawns. But so Miranda takes the shot. She's watching it, and she misses. So
past.
She's now down near corner 4.
So what would you do here, Nelson?
Well, from here, looking at it, I think she can probably cut the blue into corner 4.
Yeah.
And which means she can bring that a little bit in field and get a perfect rush to yellow.
Yeah.
That's what I would be looking at.
Yeah. But she's not.
No. Because I think probably her mindset was that she was going to actually, cut this in, like she has.
Mind you, that's a nice cut. Now, Bonnie's just walked across it, obscuring our view so that we can't commentate.
Yeah. So she can now send black to 2 and get her rush on 1 with yellow.
Yellow to 1, yes.
So she's doing a split croquet stroke. She needs to concentrate on getting that rush on yellow. That's the most important part of the shot. Little bit light.
Short.
Yes, I mean, she has hit it near the hoop, but she's the wrong side of the hoop. When you're approaching a hoop, you really want to be the side you're going to run the hoop from. It makes life a lot easier than having to do a takeoff from behind the hoop.
Particularly on fast lawns.
And particularly on your first hoop. This is you really want to give yourself an easy hoop at this stage, and
we do. She's done
and
that
she's
nicely.
done nicely. Yep, yeah. She's got She looks like she's. It's hard to tell from this distance, but it looks pretty.
Pretty well in
six
front.
inch
Slight
front.
angle.
Yeah, slight angle. Be interesting to know that the hoops have actually been set tighter for this knockout stage. They are set 0.8 millimeters more than the ball.
More than the largest ball.
Yeah, largest ball.
Now, the other game's just getting started, and Debbie has just duplicated Beatrice's opening, effectively.
Yeah. We basically won't be following much of the second match because the cameras will be on the main game, which is the red and yellow and blue and black game.
Oh, is that right? I
Yes.
thought they just couldn't
No.
put the scores up.
No, we won't be seeing much of the other game, as you can see from the screen.
Yeah.
They're mainly following one game. I mean, we will when we have the camera on them, we will commentate on it.
Now, the referee's been called over to watch the outcome of this shot because the ball's in the hoop, and it's quite possible to hit the hoop and move the ball without actually hitting the ball. So generally the shots like that would be watched by a referee.
But going back to the hoops, you can see that even with a hoop that was only probably, she hit that way too hard.
Way too hard, and it's gone wide.
Right, gone wide. Yeah, it wasn't.
So
She was a bit over it, and she didn't really stop shot it.
So she will go home to red.
Back to mother, as they say.
Oh,
And she's
she's
hit
going
it. Hit it.
better than that. She's hit it.
Yeah.
She now
So-
has the potential to either set the a rush to one of the balls, presumably black, or take off and try and perhaps shift black a bit further away from blue.
Well, she should even go for black, get a rush down, do a stop shot from there,
Yeah.
and
Well,
get,
that's a
get break out.
possibility. That's fairly attacking stuff, and it's going to be a difficult lawn to take off on. She hasn't got a lot of room. The red ball is not allowed to go out in this shot.
Looks a nice takeoff. Nice distance. Beautiful distance, in fact.
Well,
Oh, no, it's pulled
not
up.
quite. It's pulled up.
No, it looked like it was going to. So actually getting in front of one now becomes a lot more difficult.
Well, I suspect it won't be.
I mean,
a
she can,
priority.
she can certainly, hit black over towards 2 and take off and see if she gets in front of hoop 1, and then she can easily then go back
But
home.
then she leaves a sort of a middling shot for blue and black.
Depends how much she can cut this over to 2. Miranda Chapman is actually the reigning women's world champion. She won the title in Nottingham in 2015, and so she's actually has been the reigning world champion for the last 7 years.
And she's Paddy Chapman's wife,
Paddy Chapman's wife, yes.
who has also won the world champs.
Yep. Yep.
Bonnie's just missed. And not that it's a bad thing, but she missed the Tice.
But
Or
again,
her
you're
own
not
ties.
seeing that, you see.
No, but
So really, we need to concentrate what we can see on the screen
Right.
here. So Miranda goes back towards her
red
own
ball.
ball. Yep.
Oh, righto. Oh, yeah. It's more than that. She's only on here. She's only just.
So Beatrice is now walking onto the lawn, and she's going to assess what she should do. So she's got a choice of actually perhaps which is probably the best option, because Miranda is in the corner and she can't really bring the blue ball out very much.
No.
She's got the rush already to 1, so it's probably the best shot she can take, and if she hits, she gets a lot. Anyway, she has missed and gone into the corner, so she will place the ball in a legal position in the corner. And yep, there she is, placing it in the corner. So blue needs to be touching the yellow, because they're both corner balls.
Yellow's the corner ball.
Yep.
So Debbie can now put blue very slightly infield and get a rush on red to hoop 1, which is I don't know, from my point of view, I don't know about you, Nelson, always find it slightly comfortable to be going to hoop 1 with my own ball.
Absolutely, especially at the beginning of a game. You know,
Yes.
it's that it gives you that feeling of a little bit of comfort, really, doesn't it? It's when you've got an opponent ball sitting on the other side of the hoop. It's
Well,
as much as you tell yourself it makes no difference,
Yes.
it does. So Miranda's about to rush. She's waiting at the moment because obviously the match is double banked, and Debbie was
hovering around hoop 1.
which she hasn't. I think she's hitting away because she hasn't got a decent position at hoop 1. So Miranda is now going to rush the ball towards hoop 1, and she wants to now get nice and close so that her approach to the hoop becomes much easier. So she's rushed the ball reasonably well towards the hoop. She's probably a yard and a half away. Oh, probably a bit more than that. Probably more like 3 yards, isn't it? Anyway,
No, it wouldn't be that far.
Right. She's done a split shot, getting in front of hoop 1, a little bit angled. And as we said earlier, these hoops are not easy to run, and she has
Balked in the hoop.
balked in the hoop. Yep. So
And the hoops must be fairly tight because
they are, but they're also solid in the ground. You know.
One of the aspects of playing at United is that the ground is very hard, and when the hoops are there, they don't move. In softer ground, the hoops have got a bit more give in them.
So Beatrice is now assessing what she should do. Obviously, moving black is her best option because it is useful to Miranda because it's at hoop 2. And if she hits this, then it gives...
Probably she should have
had that watched, really.
She should get it watched because
sometimes you only just hit that ball in the hoop, and you even from the distance she was, you would not be able to tell whether she hit or not.
And effectively, if she hits here, she's got everything.
She has.
If she misses, she's taken her black ball out of contention, as far as Miranda's concerned.
And she just clips the edge of the hoop and goes out on the boundary. So she's now placing her ball back on. So it gives Miranda now a chance to make a ball sitting in the jaws.
The ball has to be placed a yard in from the boundary line, and most mallets are something approaching a yard tall.
Unless you have a mallet like mine.
Well, hell, what's yours?
31.
Was that right?
31 inches, yeah.
I didn't realise you were that short, Nelson.
So Miranda
has made the hoop.
Made the hoop and is now rushing the ball towards hoop 2. She'll now do a split shot, sending yellow in front of hoop 2 and red the other side, so that when she has run the hoop, she will have the red to play. Ooh, the red's going quite deep, and yellow's are slightly angled, but a beautiful hoop. And she's rushed it right through to the boundary, which now gives her a rush towards hoop 3. Yep, she's run it right through to the boundary, and now she has a nice rush to hoop 3. Sorry about that. We have a problem here that we've got about a 40-second delay from what we are seeing on the lawns to what we're seeing on what you're seeing on the screen. So we'll try and keep our commentary with what you can see. Occasionally, it's we're
We get carried away.
Right, yeah. So Miranda has rushed towards hoop 3, and she's now going to approach hoop 3 with a croquet stroke, sending the yellow in front of the hoop and the red to the other side.
It's a bit angly, I see. Oh no, here we go.
No, she's approached it very well. Yeah, nice approach.
What I saw, it was quite. It wasn't. She wasn't straight onto the hoop.
Yep.
There, she's made it really well.
Read it well.
I think she's now waiting for the other game to clear. The green ball is potentially in Miranda's way. Normally we would mark it. I'm not quite sure whether that's happening, Nelson.
Yes, Debbie's now coming to mark the green ball, I think, or not. No.
Oh, it's reasonably critical. She's trying to wire it.
She's trying to wire. That's right. So Debbie is wiring her own 2 balls at hoop 1 from green, and that's why Miranda is waiting until she has completed this.
For those of you that are unaware, wiring is a term that means you're putting a hoop between your 2 balls and a ball that you think may make the next play, so that it's not easy to hit them at all. In fact, ideally impossible. So Miranda's now marking the green ball, which potentially could be in her way. Oh, right.
Don't know. It's the way it is. Yes, well, I mean, when I was doing the commentary for the McRobertson Shield, I was actually in New Zealand, and of course that was going on in Melbourne, and so I was commentating with someone else who may have been local or may have even been in the UK or in Brisbane, and so the 20-second delay was I was only watching the screen. So, but here we are obviously seeing the match live and the screen, so we will try and concentrate on the screen.
And the screen's a lot smaller than the game.
Anyway, Miranda has rushed the red down,
ball.
sort of mid-boundary, hasn't she? Yep. So she's now got to probably make some use of the blue ball, which is down towards the 4th corner. So she's probably going to do a split roll, sending red to the other side of 4, going to blue, which allows her then to do a stop shot approach to hoop 4.
Wouldn't be a stop shot, would it? Because presumably she'd want the blue ball to stay somewhere around 5.
Really.
Yeah.
Yep.
In fact, it's almost a half roll.
Yeah, I don't know. I think we should do a stop shot because she doesn't want to keep that ball too close if she doesn't achieve it. Yeah, it was a bit of a.
Yeah. An attacking player would perhaps put the ball just the other side of 5. Because I don't a stop shot's going to put blue up somewhere up by hoop 2.
Yeah, but if you don't achieve it like she has, she hasn't achieved. Well, she's going to see. Sorry, I'm watching the screen again.
Yeah, she's hitting it. Certainly, she's putting it up the middle.
Bring up the middle, yeah.
And she's not.
It's sort of the safer shot in a way. And
Yeah.
it's less, perhaps she was less confident about getting in front of the hoop, and this way she can then go back to the boundary, leaving herself a rush to hoop 4.
Yeah.
So she's looking obviously at going back to the boundary and laying herself a rush to hoop 4. Black is out on the boundary,
Out by 1.
And blue is near the peg. So obviously the ball that Beatrice needs to move is the blue ball, because that ball has the most use to Miranda.
And really, she's probably not got a double. And shooting at these 2 balls would be a sort of a minor suicide.
Yeah, absolutely.
And going over to black would also be fairly dangerous, because it gives red an opening.
Absolutely. So let's see what Beatrice is going to do.
What would you do in this situation, Nelson? You'd put the ball up the line, up
Yeah, I would go for a wide join.
west,
Yeah,
west boundary.
Yeah. This is what she's doing. I perhaps would have got a little bit closer than she's gone, because it's not. You're not. You're not threatening anything for Miranda. She can now sort of.
Yeah, I mean, Miranda's choices have effectively been made now.
So Miranda hits the red, and she'll be looking at putting a ball. So she's putting yellow on one side of the hoop and red the other, so she will have a. She's hit that very hard, and she's bounced off the wire off the hoop. So
No, I don't think she got to the wire.
Didn't I? Thought
No, she didn't.
it didn't hit the hoop. No, I thought it did.
So she's.
So she'll now have to retire back to the boundary again, and that's why, in a way, if Beatrice had been a little bit closer to the black ball, she'd be giving herself an easier shot.
So Beatrice now will probably shoot down the line at blue.
I would think
and
so.
if she hits, she's got quite a good opening.
She has. So Beatrice goes towards her black ball, and she's going to be shooting up the line at blue. Yes, in this game, it's sometimes not always about what you gain. It's also what you give away, and that's what you're always considering. You know, what will I gain if I hit? What will I give away if I take the shot?
And Beatrice is just...
She's just missed up the line.
Yep. So Miranda will probably just start where she was attempting to, what she was attempting to play earlier.
Yep.
Hopefully with a better rush.
So Beatrice is placing her ball on. I think it's in corner 2. And Miranda has now, taken her rush towards hoop 4. And now she'll play her croquet stroke, putting red one side of the hoop and yellow in front of the hoop.
Yes, very much so.
Okay, she's got nicely in front of the hoop, and red is nicely to the other side.
So she'll attempt to rush this ball through, or put this ball through and get a rush up to the next hoop.
And she's jammed. So it just shows, even when you're only, and how far was she in front then?
8 inches.
8 inches, you know, was dead in front, and she's stuck in the middle of the
Yeah.
hoop. And it didn't seem to be anything wrong with the stroke, but she was obviously going for a little bit of control because she wanted to get the rush on red.
Given the hoops that hoops 2 and 3 that she made.
Yep.
It's
But again, she didn't go for any control in those.
no,
hoops,
that's
you know.
right.
So now Beatrice will come on. She again has a choice of whether she goes for her black ball, which would give 2 balls in corner 2, or she could possibly shoot at Miranda. So let's see what choice she makes. She's looking at shooting at red and yellow. I imagine she'd be shooting at the red because yellow is would not be a good shot.
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm looking at the wrong place.
Yep, she's shooting at red, and she
And
misses
she's
it.
gone past it again.
Misses it by about 6 inches.
Yeah.
So she'll place her ball a yard in, and Miranda is, whether she's looking for a referee. No, I don't think she needs to. So
To give you an idea of how far apart the balls are, that would have been a 25-yard shot.
Yep.
So you don't have to be very far out.
So Miranda's now going to run
She's
the ball she had
probably
stuck in.
Debating whether to use blue or not.
She's decided not to. She's just given herself a small dolly rush to hoop 5. The only problem, of course, she's really got, after she's now really 2-balling,
Yeah.
because she's now got a ball in corner 4 and a ball in corner 2. It's just the worst scenario for actually making a break.
A slightly more aggressive play would have been to make hoop 4 and then shoot at blue
Yep.
in the corner. And at this level, you'd almost expect that.
You would. Anyway, she's done a lovely approach to. Oh no, she's sorry. So she's waiting on Debbie Lines to play her shot, and then she's going to do a split shot, sending yellow in front of hoop 5 and red north. So she's got
Probably quite a way north of hoop 5 because she needs room to get a rush.
Oh, she's done a lovely approach.
Yeah.
Beautiful. She's right in front of, and this time she doesn't have to go for too much control. She can send the ball, quite well through the hoop. She's done,
Yep.
So I think it's sort of the approach one needs on with these sort of hoops. You need to make sure you run them. Trying to go for any control, and they
I think when the hoops first came out, a lot of the top men were putting their pioneer ball directly in front of the hoop and then hitting the ball very firmly and getting the Roki at the same time. It seemed to be a very common tactic. As we've become more used to the hoops, I think it's that doesn't happen quite as much.
no. So Miranda has now going to.
She's rushed the ball out towards the black.
Yeah.
In corner 2. I hope we don't get too many complaints about us commenting on the game and upsetting the players.
I know. Sometimes the players are quite close to us. So Miranda's now trying to get a dolly rush on the black ball in corner 2.
She's got him behind it.
She's got him behind it. And there we are. There you can see us where we are in relation to the players. So she is now taking off to get in front of hoop 6.
She didn't. God.
So she does a takeoff. And she's done it pretty well.
No, that was. I saw that live, Nelson, and that was quite wide.
Was it?
Yeah. Well, in terms of these hoops.
Yep. Anyway, she's in hoop and she ran. But you see how that really gripped the the ball as it came through. Anyway, she's now.
It was an extremely good hoop.
Was. So she's now got both balls on the north boundary, and she's now doing. We'll have to do a quite a long split roll towards one back.
You think she'll go to one back or over to red?
I suppose going to red makes the most sense because you're actually going to get a pioneer down to two back, aren't you?
Well, there was 2 ways of looking at that. She could have, she could play it so that she ran the hoop after this shot and then used red as her go-to ball, or she could go to red and bring it infield.
Yep. Anyway, let's see what she does. She's obviously taken the approach of sending black to two back, and now she's going to hit red, and then you make one back off red and yellow.
It's a difficult question, that, Nelson. Did she fail in her attempt to get in front of the hoop? Or did she go to red?
Yes, I think she was going to red from the way she played it.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, she's now got quite a big roll to get in front of one back. So, unlike golf croquet, we now the return hoops are called one back, two back, three back, four back, penult and rover, not 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12.
Haven't they changed the rules so that they are now 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 and 12?
You are correct.
I know, but I hate it.
I think we're so used to calling these hoops by their names of one back and two back. It's going to take a bit of time before we call hoop 7.
I don't think I'm ever going to.
You're a traditionalist, Peter.
Well, 40-odd years of play.
Yep.
And
but I think they've just been trying to bring the two games, into... Anyway, Miranda has done the approach, but she's done it over-approached the hoop. So she's now going to make a decision of where she's going to place the balls. I mean, she could keep the balls together here, but of course that gives black a sort of free shot. But
I don't know. I would have put yellow down on this this boundary just in front of us.
Anyway, let's see what she's done.
She's gone over into number 3 corner.
Yeah, I think that's very defensive. She was, especially with blue being in corner 4. It allows Beatrice to actually go back to her partner ball, and Miranda's going to be 20 yards from her own ball, So I think that was a little bit too defensive myself.
I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but the women's game tends to be more defensive, Nelson.
Yeah, I think from my experience, that's quite true. Yeah. Anyway, so Beatrice is now coming onto the lawn, and she can now take her ball back to her partner ball. There's no really danger there. I think blue is actually slightly out of the corner.
It would be because
Miranda took it
or pushed it infield.
She did, yeah.
In terms of the naming of the hoops, I felt personally that golf croquet could adapt or adopt the AC names.
That was never going to happen.
No,
not in a million years.
Sort of dumbs the game down a wee bit, which is upsetting.
I mean, Rover doesn't have any. It has no sense in golf croquet. It would be a silly name to call
just
it.
A name.
I know, but it wouldn't have any. It wouldn't make any sense.
No, I appreciate that, but 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, Nelson.
Well, it's logical.
That's all.
And it is the 7th hoop you've run. It is the 8th hoop you've run.
Well,
Martin.
all
So
of
I,
those things, but
yeah.
it sort of removes part of the history of the game.
Yep. But we've been trying to align golf croquet and association croquet a little bit more to keep the two games aligned as much as possible.
To keep everyone talking to each other.
Yeah.
As much as anything.
Anyway, Beatrice has shot and missed. Miranda's coming back on the lawn. She will be coming towards her red ball. Let's see what she's going to do. She seems to be looking at going towards her own ball, which is towards corner 3. She shoots. And she hits dead in the middle.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful
Now,
shot.
hold on, that hasn't happened yet.
Sorry.
I'm going to predict that she hits in the middle.
Yes, the delay, I'm sorry, is a little bit irritating. But anyway, now you can actually watch the shot and see how well she hits it. Look at it beautifully, right on the button.
Right on the button.
Yeah, absolutely beautiful. She has a very good swing. I mean, if you were going to watch a player who you would want to emulate, Miranda is a very good player to watch. You know, she keeps her head down, her feet are solidly on the ground. She's got a very true
nice
swing.
straight swing.
Yeah,
I played in the New Zealand men's and women's, I guess it was a month ago now, and she hadn't played much croquet at all leading up to that tournament. And her first game, possibly she could call it a nightmare, but after that she was a class above everyone else.
Anyway, she's taking off down to black and blue, down in corner 4. She's done a pretty good takeoff. Oh, it's a little bit short.
Short, really.
But seeing the way she shot at her own yellow ball,
she'd have a ball and a bit.
Yeah,
looking at it,
and seeing the way she hits, I think I would put money on her hitting this one. And she has, right in the middle again. In fact, she hit both balls black initially, so she has to take croquet from the black ball, and she has to put the blue ball back a yard in. Looks like it's in the corner. Can't quite tell. Yes, it is. So she'll have to take off from the black and get a rush on the blue ball.
On the blue. She hit the black ball first, and that's what shifted the blue.
That's right, exactly. So she's trying to get a little take off and to get a rush to one back, or hoop 7, whichever way we want to call that hoop.
She's got to make sure she doesn't get black in the way of the shot.
I would. That is the problem with what she's done there. I think I would have been inclined to have been sending the black further
away, but
yeah.
she didn't really have much room.
No,
though.
she didn't have much room, and she's
rushed it over.
Oh, what am I talking about? Of course, she's not to one. But she's on
playing
playing red.
red.
I'm sorry, I'm being dumb here. She is, of course, for hoop 1 with red. So she has done an approach to the hoop, doing an approach to the hoop, sending blue to far side and red in front. She's done that very well. There's another ball from the other game, double banked ball, brown.
She may need to mark that.
Yes, I think she might. There's Debbie running hoop.
One back.
One back.
Take your pick.
Yeah, take your pick. So Miranda is marking the brown ball so it's not in her way when she runs the hoop. And now she will be running hoop 1 with red. So her yellow is on one back and she is running hoop 1 with red. So what she has done, she picks up her clip and now she will be roking blue again.
Just as an aside, Nelson, Debbie's got a very controlled break going here in the other game, which she's come from hoop 1 and she's now gone to 2 back, and she's got all the balls in play and under control, which is obviously the way to do it if you can.
Absolutely. So Miranda has rushed the blue ball across to the far boundary. She'll place that ball in a yard.
Is she? Oh, she's collecting black. Oh, collecting red, sorry.
Yeah. So she's placing her blue ball in.
So from here she's likely to put blue infield and go down to black.
Yep. Just a slightly thickish takeoff. So blue goes infield, and I mean it was a bit short again. But I suppose if you're a confident rokier, which I think Miranda is,
she's just middled that
again. You know, no doubt about that whatsoever.
That length is often a nervous one.
Yep. So as you can see from the scoreboard, Beatrice is still on 1-1, and Miranda is 2 and 1 back. So Miranda's going to make an approach out of corner 4.
I think she's just going to corner 4, joining up with her.
Yep, she's joining up with yellow in corner
yellow.
3. Yep. So sometimes, you know, you don't have to actually continue with your break. You just put the balls in a position that's going to be useful in your next turn, and hope that your opponent doesn't hit.
Doesn't hit, exactly. So Beatrice is left with 2 balls in the middle of the lawn. Unless she hits, she can't move both of them.
Yeah, and Miranda has quite a good rush with red out of corner 3, probably
to hoop 2.
Yeah, not a slightly cut rush, I would think. Yeah.
I think it looks pretty straight, Nelson.
Have we gone?
Where are we?
We must have. They must be doing a replay on it anyway. So Beatrice comes onto the lawn, and she's got to make a decision which ball she plays. Both balls are of use to Miranda. Anyway, it looks like she's going to take the back ball, and she's going to shoot at the blue.
That's the shortest shot.
It is.
And it gets rid of the ball that's probably most useful.
Most useful, yep. Nope, and she's missed again. She's not shooting well this morning, really.
It does put 2 balls in a very useful situation.
Absolutely.
If Miranda can get a good rush to hoop 2 here, and then a rush across to 3, which is not an unusual situation, then she should have all the balls in front of her.
Yep.
Carry the break on.
Yep. So this cut rushes that she's going to have here is the important one, and get a good distance and get it in front of hoop 2 would be good. Let's see how she gets on.
Hasn't gone.
Yeah, it's pretty straight. The rush.
Yeah, I thought it was. She hasn't. She's only rushed it into 3, and she'll go down and use those 2 balls, I presume.
Yeah, she has. Well, actually, it's not a bad ploy because you know because she can get black to hoop 4 quite easily,
or even into the middle of the lawn.
Yeah, and get her rush on blue.
Yeah, I think I'd rather put it into the middle of the lawn myself. Otherwise, she loses the use of it for a couple of hoops. And it would be very handy to have something in the middle coming out of hoop 2.
I wouldn't. That's
Wouldn't
my
you?
play. No.
Ah,
Because the shot here is easier to actually to split that to 4 and get your rush on blue for me. Anyway, that's the shot I'd be playing.
See, I see it as a...
Yeah.
Personally, I'd rather straighten them up, put black into the middle and sort of just run along the rush line.
Yeah.
To hoop 2.
Well, she's got a lovely pioneer at 3, so she doesn't. She hardly needs a ball in the middle of the field, I don't think. But that's, we all see things differently.
Yeah.
And also, you play to the shots that you. The important thing here was to get the rush on blue, though. That's the important shot. So let's see what she does.
Just been attacked by a white ball from another game.
So I mean, we all have different ways of playing shots, and I think you play to your strengths. Anyway, I think she's done what I would have done, and not what Peter would have done, and she's put black to 4 and got her rush on blue. So now she's going to rush the blue ball up to hoop 2. She's actually rushed the ball north of the hoop.
Not a long way, but
no, but it makes the actual approach to the hoop a little more difficult because you're going across the jaws of the hoop. So she's doing a split shot, trying to get in front of 2, and she's hit it way too hard.
Yeah, it's gone wide.
Gone very wide. I would have been tempted just to a takeoff there.
Oh, so would I, actually, because then it would have left the blue on the right side of it.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Thank you.
Louder. We're more concerned about the players.
Yeah, we're a bit worried about it. Closer. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I talk.
Oh,
just been told to speak a bit louder. We're quite close to the players, so when the players are quite close to us, we don't like to speak too loudly to disturb them, because obviously they are the important people here, not us.
So Miranda has exited hoop 2. She's gone, hit her ball away outside on the east boundary from yellow.
So Beatrice coming up to blue ball, which is obviously the ball at hoop 2, which is the one that's most useful to Miranda. And she's going to shoot at her own ball, I think. Yes, she is.
Yeah.
So she's stalking her ball, making sure that she's got her body in alignment, her feet in alignment, which is important. And she keeps her head down, and she watches the ball she is hitting.
Everybody has their own routines for how they approach this.
And she only just missed that black ball. It was very close. So Miranda now will come back on the lawn. And I imagine she will play the yellow ball, because that's the ball in field, because she's probably about 8 yards from the
it'd be
red
about
ball.
that.
Yes, she's going to the yellow ball.
In the other game on the lawn, Debbie Lyons has gone round to 4-back with her first ball, and Bonnie Johnson is about to take a lift shot.
She just did a diagonal spread, didn't she?
Yeah.
So,
No.
No, really?
Oh, hold on.
Yes, she did.
Yes,
She
she
did a diagonal
did.
spread. Yeah.
I was looking at black.
Yeah, Bonnie's already picked up the black, the brown. So Miranda has actually hit the red with yellow. So now she'll be looking at a takeoff
She
down
just
to the.
snicked it too. It wasn't dead in the middle.
She'll now be looking at doing a takeoff down to the blue ball, which is down near corner 4.
In terms of Debbie's position, have there been any triple peels in the tournament,
No.
Nelson?
No, there has been attempted. I know Gabrielle had a couple of games where she got 2 of the peels, but the triples weren't completed. I think the conditions have not made it.
These are the United Lawns are notoriously difficult to play on, in my experience.
Yep.
Are a real challenge for players.
Yep. Yes, I remember when we played here in 2013 was the first time we'd played with these Atkins hoops, and it was, everyone was having problems.
It was a bloodbath.
It was
Nelson.
a bloodbath, it was. Yes, I mean, there's 3 things about hoops, it's the type of hoop, it's the speed of the lawns, it's the firmness of the ground, and also how tight the hoops are set. And with these hoops, because they're so firm in the ground, if you touch the merest bit of wire, the balls just either reject or actually stay in the. So Miranda has now has rushed a ball up to sort of
south of 2, and she needs to get on the other side of the hoop.
Yeah. So a very good takeoff is needed here. So not an easy shot. So she takes off, and she clips the side of the hoop.
Just slightly straightens it up, actually.
Yes.
And probably slows it down slightly.
Yeah. I think it would have gone a lot further. So she's probably back a good
4
yard.
feet.
Yeah,
4 feet, I'd say.
Yep.
So in terms of these hoops, this is a difficult shot.
Yep. But again, she gets her body and
straight through.
Straight through. Beautiful shot.
And
Miranda
clips.
doesn't take any. She's quite
no
a quick
time,
player.
yeah.
She just goes up, head down, and
and as it happens, Roki's the black.
Yeah.
After running the hoops.
Yeah. So that we call hoop and roque. The lawns are probably running at about 11, wouldn't you say?
I'd say that.
11
something
seconds.
along those
Yeah.
lines.
There is a green patch up here, and so probably it's a little bit variable in places. Anyway, so she's now
just
gone over
noticed.
to the red, hitting the red.
Bonnie must have hit the lift.
Yep. So Miranda's now placing her ball back on her yard in, and she will be.
I think she'll be attempting to load 4 and get over to blue.
Yep.
A rush on blue to black would be a very handy result, I would say.
Absolutely. So she's putting red down as her pioneer to 4 and going over to blue.
She's used black. Silly me. Now she's just made a lift hoop, Nelson, and she's attempting to put blue on the far side of 2 back.
That's right.
And get in front of the hoop.
Yep.
Just
so she's
a bit of a fraught exercise. She's now.
Hold on. So we can now see Bonnie.
Holy hell!
So she's now doing a split, getting in front of.
She's
2
quite
back.
wide. She'd be 5 yards away. Five.
She's It's no, she's got no. She's not. She's not that far. It's a bit angled.
I happen to know. I've seen it, and it was very angled.
There she goes. No problem at all.
No,
Beautifully through.
it would have been really handy to see the angle that she played that.
Absolutely, yeah, certainly.
I was watching it live. And it was one mother of a hoop.
Was it
And it had to
beautifully
happen.
run.
Had
Beautifully
to
run.
happen, otherwise she was giving away
Yep.
an awful lot.
So she's just looking at where she's going to. There she goes again. Beautifully run. I think she was quite relieved with that shot. You can tell from her body language.
Yeah.
So now she's rushed blue, sort of midfield, and she's doing a split. She'll probably do a split shot going to black.
And she's got red at 3 back.
She has. So nice pioneer at 3 back. So she's doing a split shot now, sending blue to 4 back, and getting her rush on. Well, it's a rush on black, I imagine.
So this would make the assumption that she's going to make both 1 back and 4 back in the same shot.
It does seem that way, doesn't it, from where she's put the blue? So if she does this, it will mean that Beatrice will have a contact, which means that when Miranda finishes her turn, she can actually pick up one of her own balls and put it in contact with any ball on the lawn. So she's taking off down
taking
to
off
red.
black to red.
Yep. What she has done. Now she needs to roki the red. Roking it to the other side of the hoop would be useful.
Ideal.
Oh no, she's rushed it into the
hoop.
But I don't. No, she's putting her mallet up. She's obviously calling for a referee. So I think she probably wants to see whether the ball is sufficiently through the hoop. She can actually take contact from the playing side.
If any part of the red ball is inside that hoop, then she's able to take Croquet from the side she wishes to. If it's not, she's got a very difficult shot.
So the referee comes out to adjudicate this, and obviously there is enough ball showing through the playing side, and so she's able to place the ball in a very useful position. And she's now running the hoop and also roking the red ball.
That was just about the ideal situation for her to
Absolutely.
get into.
But it could have been, if it had been a millimetre the other way, it would have been
Well,
a disaster.
I don't know if we're allowed to talk about past games, Nelson, but I remember very, very plainly playing you in the an elimination game in the qualifying
The
tournament.
Worlds, yes, in
Worlds.
2002.
And
yes.
I got to hoop 5 and I didn't appeared not to understand that rule. And there was a bit of ball in the hoop and I thought I had to go outside it and it cost me the game.
It did. Yes, that was our playoff for the last position of for the qualifier,
That's
which
correct.
I won.
It's upsetting because I had a massive argument afterwards with Ross Hamlin from Wakatani, swearing I was correct, and of course he pulled the rule book out and showed me that I was quite wrong.
Anyway, she's now approaching. Miranda's now approaching 4 back. Got balls very nicely placed at the moment, so she's able to play some very small, easy shots. Which so she's now approaching 4 back. So she's obviously decided that because she's in play, she wants to get fully around. Thank you. So we've just been told that the lag is not what you are seeing. You're seeing it live, and we're commentating on the lag, so we can go back and watch the match live,
great.
and that's what you get. So I'm sorry about that. We've just been informed that's what we're getting. We've got no chat on our side here. Actually, I might put my phone on so we can actually see the live chat.
Well, that makes the whole process a lot easier, Nelson. And
Yeah. Right, yes, I'm now getting those comments. Thank you, Alison, for your comments. And also, I'm now seeing that, but I didn't have my phone on, so I didn't see the chat. So thank you for that. So now we will comment on it actually out live.
so who was that sending us the...
It was Alison Morn from the UK, and I think James Deeth has also commented. The audio is comfortably behind the pictures. Yes, fine. Thank you, James. And hello to the UK. I'm glad you're able to be watching this live. It must be, well, what time is it there now? Oh, it's not too bad.
So we have a worldwide audience now.
We do. We have a worldwide audience. Fame at last.
The start of a media career.
Yeah. So, obviously, I didn't see what went wrong with all that, but obviously, Miranda, did she miss a ball or what?
I don't know. We were paying attention to the whether we're live or not.
So
now Beatrice has a contact.
Yep.
She can place her, and she's picked up the black ball.
Yep.
And she can place it in contact with any ball on the lawn. In general terms, you try and use the ball that's as close to the boundary as you can and to bring it infield. And
she's taken off to the blue.
She hasn't really managed to get yellow infield at all.
No, and she also would have liked to have got beyond the blue. She hasn't. She's fallen short. So now she's, Roki the blue.
It's not bad, though.
No, she can send that to 2 as a pioneer at 2 and get her rush on red. Obviously, the most important part is to get her rush on red to hoop 1.
The question that possibly arises is that the notification that we're live, Nelson, came from the UK. Does it take 40 seconds to get there? And is the rest of the world or New Zealand seeing it in a delayed situation?
I don't know. It's I'll see what other comments I might get on my phone.
So Beatrice has now played a shot loading 2. It's possibly gone a couple of or a metre and a half long, and she's got a rush on red. The rush hasn't gone really quite as well as she'd like, as the red's now left midway between 1 and 2. So to take it any further, she's got quite a long take-off, or she could potentially roll the ball into hoop 1, roll both balls up to hoop 1. And
she's just going to do a take-off, though, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Not an easy shot, especially when you haven't had any time on the lawn. It's a bit wide. It's going rather wide. That does not look an easy hoop.
But then we've just seen Debbie smash it through from a worse angle than that.
You mean Miranda?
Miranda, sorry.
Anyway, she's taking on the hoop. No. These hoops to run from that angle are not easy, and she's ended up, in basically she certainly can run it next time. Red can't
really afford to go for blue here.
No, give away too much.
And I imagine red will go back to yellow.
I would think so. Also, if red hits yellow, it's also gained quite a bit as well, because
That's right.
she's got a pioneer at her hoop.
Well, at her next. Oh no, red. Sorry. Would almost be worth.
I think it'd be worth
going to
actually
black.
going to black and actually rushing black through the hoop. You know,
Yeah.
why not? You know, giving someone one hoop, you know, is neither here nor there. Even though a lot of players, when they're junior players, you know, would
Don't
never,
like the
never give an opponent a hoop.
Mind you, sometimes that one hoop is the only one they score. Miranda's shot at yellow and missed it.
Yep.
But she's got a rush towards black.
Yep. So Beatrice can now run this hoop comfortably up to her blue ball.
Right, so it looks slightly angled.
Do you think?
It's not
It's a bit
dead.
hard,
It's not dead in the
front.
middle.
No. She's just waiting for Debbie to play her shot, because she was at hoop 2. And Debbie's just hit in again with her white ball, which is the ball which is on
Hoop 1. And there's 2 balls there.
Yes, you're quite right. It was obviously not, and also she caught the
left leg.
Left leg, and the ball has shot, and she may even be wide from her blue ball. Let's just see whether she's wide or not. She's shot up to near the north boundary, so
she's left herself in a very awkward situation here.
And she is wide from the blue ball.
And she's taking evasive action into corner 3.
Yep. So she places her clip back on hoop 2. So the situation is now Beatrice on hoop 1 and 2, and Miranda is on Penult and 2. Greg. Can you change the score? Yes, the scoreboard is actually wrong at the moment, but it's going to be corrected shortly.
Miranda has just rushed yellow up, probably level with hoop 1 towards the west boundary, and she's got really quite a nice. I would regard this as I really enjoy these shots where you're loading here. In this case, you're loading 2 and coming down to the blue ball. Very satisfying when you get both balls behaving. She's got yellow, very nice. It would have been good to have been outside the blue ball so that the rush is into the hoop rather than slightly away from the hoop. However, she's now got an approach, and if this comes off, she should be able to make a lot of progress with. Well, that looks, I hesitate to say comfortable. Yep.
Yep, nicely right through to the boundary. It's what you really want with these hoops. If you put your pioneer deep, you can then
Hit it firmly. And they seem to react better to a firm shot. Oh, I see. Right, so Miranda's just rushed blue up past hoop 3, and I imagine she'll go down to black.
Yep.
And use that to load hoop 4 and go to the yellow ball at hoop 3.
Yep. It's such well, for me that's
it's a perfect situation.
Perfect situation. It's the ideal shot, isn't it? When you can actually stop shot that to 4 and get to yellow. So we'll be interested to see whether we see any peel attempts here. I mean, it's she's only got to do a double peel. I say only, but but even so, it's it'll be interesting to see whether she attempts it or not.
Well, it cuts the opposition out altogether.
Absolutely. Yep, that's a nice shot.
Yep.
Black's going to be a little bit deep.
No, it's at the right level, but it's slightly wide.
Yeah, it's more as a level with the hoop, isn't it? Yeah, I'd prefer to have it a little bit further.
Personally, I like it right in front of the hoop.
No, right in front.
About 3 foot out.
Yeah, you don't want it too right in front because then you hit it away from the hoop.
Well, that depends how long that shot is.
True. Anyway, she's got yellow nicely, so she can approach her hoop 3. She's done. She's got nicely in front.
So will she rush yellow across? No.
She's certainly not going to go for any more controlled hoops, I don't think, in her previous experience. So she had 2 balls there, so she can actually she can rush blue out a bit and then stop shot that down and get her rush on yellow. What she's doing.
It's interesting. I mean, she's obviously not going to put yellow in front of penultimate in the immediate future because she'll take yellow down to make sure she gets a good rush on black.
Yep. She's got a lot of time to do her peels. She doesn't have to.
No, they don't have to happen immediately. But that looks good. That looks like she can rush the ball down to 5 and then just have a nice, cosy take-off to black.
Rush it to black, yep. Yep, nicely rushed down. She can just do a little split rush.
Split
stop shot.
Stop shot.
Yep. Sending yellow to 5 and getting her rush on black to hoop 4. I think Miranda's certainly got the pace of the lawn now. I mean, all her shots are now ending up more or less where she wants them. Miranda actually won her block. She beat Debbie Lyons in a very close game. I think it was 26-23. And but unfortunately, the way the draw is always done, it's done purely on ranking, so she got no reward for winning her block.
Yeah, I have to say that I find that annoying. Having played a lot of other sports where basically your placing in a knockout draw following section play is invariably based on the results from the tournament as opposed to effectively history.
Yep, it's an argument that goes on has gone on for a number of years. But luckily, they do actually a random draw for the 5 to 8, and as it turned out, Miranda did get in Debbie's side of the draw. So basically, the 4th and 5th seeds will be playing each other if they win their matches.
Now Miranda's got herself in a very good position now. She's got a really good pioneer at 6 and an easy approach to 5. I'm a bit surprised. I don't know about you, but I like a ball on the reasonably close to 2 back after I make 5 so that I can load 2 back accurately.
Yep. It is my way too, but some players prefer to actually play this way, where she's going to send yellow to
2 back
to 1 back,
rather,
and then basically I suppose send her also. Interesting.
I
It's not how I would have played it, but
No.
yeah. And certainly
No,
would have done that.
well, you wouldn't like to have
Not to
done
done
that, but even so, a little stop shot here would achieve the result.
I
she
think what
might
she's thinking about is how can she get
appealing.
as appealing, you know. So she's
Well, she can get it in position and then go back to blue and then roll blue down to one back. Slightly short.
So now she's got to do a split, sending blue to
Split
one
roll.
back and go to black, which is her ball at hoop 6. She's put yellow there so that when she has run a hoop 6, she can peel the yellow ball back through penult.
She could be tempted to put to shift the position of yellow by, in her hoop approach, pushing black onto yellow.
She could, yep. There's certainly a possibility there.
And that would potentially make the... It looks like that's what she's doing.
Yep. She just needs to clip that side of the
That
ball,
yellow.
doesn't she? Yep.
Got to concentrate on getting in front of the hoop.
Yep, nicely done. I mean, she can certainly jaws the yellow here.
Yeah.
She may not get it through, but if she gets it jaws, she
It's almost
can
more-
rush peel it.
It's more
more
useful.
advantageous. Yeah, I agree. So
Having
she'll
played this shot, she needs to be able to rush black.
Yep.
Out
towards corner
to
2.
the line.
Well, at least out to corner 2, don't you think? Yeah.
Yeah. To give her the space to load 2 back.
Yep.
And get to blue. What do you...
So she's now attempting to... Ooh, sorry. She let that red ball run on a bit, so she's now given herself a very, not an easy shot on black, you know.
It's taken away the opportunity of
She's managed to hit
loading 2 back.
And to rush peel that's not easy either now, because the
Well,
ball's
isn't
out
it?
to the side, and on these hoops
Yeah,
to rush peel they're very difficult.
very difficult indeed. Yes, that was potentially the worst possible result.
No, the worst result was not being able to hit black.
Well, yeah, I guess that's true.
But it was near.
Next worst. The thing is, she couldn't play
No.
a hard shot on black.
No. And now she has no pioneer at 2 back, and it's the one hoop you
It's
really
probably the most important
wouldn't
pioneer
have
of all.
How many times do you see the clips on 2 back?
Yeah. So she's obviously just trying to work out how she can extricate herself from this situation.
I'd love some.
So she's through 1 back and she's given herself a rush on blue down to the line.
She certainly has made things a lot more difficult for herself.
No, I'd be tempted to ignore yellow here.
Yep.
And just concentrate on getting the rush on black.
Yep.
She's rushed it across a bit so that she can...
I think she's being a little more wise in some ways. I think she's going to send blue to 3 back and get her rush on yellow to guarantee her rush on black.
Yeah.
You know, it's safe. You know, if you try and do this with this one shot, Peter, your chances are that you under or over approach your black.
See, but I like these shots though.
But when it doesn't come off, you do curse yourself, though, don't you?
I don't think. Shut up.
Yeah, she's taking
going
the
to
safer
yellow.
option. Yep.
She may well be attempting. She's got that nicely down to 3 back.
She has.
She may well be attempting the rush peel because she's got the right angle.
She's certainly got the right angle for it, but they are not. These hoops are not easy to rush peel.
The trouble is she's then got no real control of what happens to yellow.
And then of course it ends up just through the hoop, and you get an awful takeoff to get back to black. You know,
Maybe right. Harden up, man. Harden up. It's not that cold. Must be just about time.
Well, it must be just about time. Yeah. We'll start, dying of thirst here.
She'd want to hit this firmly.
Yep, that's
what happens.
That's what happens with
But I'm saying that she's left with a.
Yep, she's left it nicely. She can do an easy takeoff and guarantee her rush down to 2 back.
You realise she wasn't even thinking before you said it. She wasn't even thinking before you said it of going to yellow. She was just going to play that shot straight to black, and then she heard you and said, well, that's a really good idea.
I hope not. But she wouldn't be allowed to take that advice.
She's not going to tell you whether she is or not. She's actually now got yellow in a pretty good peeling position in future, and has got down to 2 back. She got a very nice rush on the black ball down to 2 back. So she's
in the laws of this game, you're not allowed to take advice from spectators.
But having an idea put in your head, it's very difficult to get rid of it.
Too true. Anyway, she's approaching 2 back, done it very nicely, and I imagine she'll rush this right through to the boundary. Yep, she has.
Hell, how did that go through like that?
I know.
That hoop must be a bit wider than...
Yeah. No, but they both stuck in it when they were approaching from one.
That's right. Perhaps it caught the left leg and...
It seemed to catch the right leg, and anyway, it was an unusual angle. I agree.
Yeah. Oh, we would have expected it to end up on the other side of the hoop, on the other.
Anyway, so it worked out quite nicely for Miranda. So she can obviously, because Debbie is at hoop 5. She is in the direction that Miranda would be hitting the ball, so she's waiting until Debbie has played her shot. So Debbie's playing very well. She is already on her second break. Her first break she got to 4 back, and Miranda's now rushed the black ball midway between 3 back and 4 back. Yeah.
So I'm assuming she'll load 4 back a little better and come to yellow.
Yep.
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
You think she'll try another rush peel? Should I?
Dangerous.
Yeah, well, yes, but it looks like that's what she's doing. So Nelson is finding the Christchurch climate less than tepid.
I don't know what the temperature is today, but it's certainly in the teens, I think.
It's not actually cold, but when you're sitting down like this, no, she wasn't able to peel it.
Who's Debbie's opponent? Debbie is playing Bonnie Johnson from New Zealand.
Actually, that's cousin Bonnie in my terms. Now Miranda's just played a very, very accurate takeoff down to blue at 3 back. Sorry, I'm just thinking to myself what Debbie's attempting to achieve here. She's not necessarily in your picture, but
well, she's just run 6, you know.
6.
So Miranda's just run 3 back, and now roking the blue ball, and she has.
She's got quite a difficult shot now. Depending on what it is she's going to do, but in an ideal world,
I would be doing a takeoff here.
Yeah.
You know, sometimes, you know, trying to achieve too much with a shot, you know, is fatal. And she's got two very nice balls, a very nice pioneer at 4 back.
She's got a good lost blue though.
Yeah, but it's better to actually keep that break going.
I agree, but
you know, I think that what her shot here was the best shot. She can now rush yellow beyond 4 back, sending that to Penalt, and she now on an easy 3-ball break. I so often see people try and, you know, get that blue to rover or somewhere and fall short and miss the, you know, and it's just not worth it.
Yes, in this game you have to work out what is the most important result that you have to achieve. And in this case
so
here,
she sent yellow to Penalt. Little bit long. She would be nicer to have kept the other side of the hoop, you know. But she's got a good pioneer at 4 back. So
yeah, she can easily organise herself a rush out of this.
Yep. Yep, she's through 4 back. So now she's Penalt and Penalt. And she actually has got the rush back to the blue ball, which she can now take, which she's done, which is very nice. So she's rushed that right to the south boundary. I think, no, it's pulling up actually, unfortunately. But anyway, she still can get a nice rush on the blue ball to north and send that to Rover and get her rush on yellow to Penalt. Yes, the temperature here at the moment is 19 degrees, but there is a little bit of a cool breeze, so it feels a bit less than that, I think.
Of course, Nelson comes from the far north,
Yes.
where temperatures are much higher than
Yeah,
this.
it was 26 when I was left here yesterday.
And raining.
And raining. Torrential rain.
Those of us from slightly more moderate climes, like Taranaki, find this a very comfortable temperature.
Yes, I'm a great believer croquet should only be played in blazing heat.
Are you? Oh, no.
I love the heat.
No, personally, I think these conditions are about as perfect
No,
as it gets.
these are nice, I agree, yep. But I'd rather have it warm than cold.
I agree.
Anyway, she's given up her peeling attempts.
I don't think she gave it up. She just didn't get the ball.
Well,
over. I think she was all set to go for it because she said bugger or something along those lines.
Would we like a replay on that? But she was probably only going to achieve 1p or so.
Well, no, because she was fairly close to the hoop, so she could have put yellow quite a long way down.
Yeah.
Adventurous, but
I think
possible all the same.
Yeah, but
I think looks like she's taking off down to black.
Yeah,
because she has made a lift hoop.
She has. Well, it also makes her setting her leave easier to bring those balls in at this stage.
Yeah.
So at the end of this term, Miranda will be making a leave, trying to make things as difficult for Beatrice as possible, not giving her a near shot. Obviously, Beatrice will be able to lift one of her balls to a balk line.
I guess she's now setting black up, so when she runs rover, she can just run straight down to black.
Yep. Yep, she's taken off up to blue.
Got past it slightly so she can push it into the hoop. Sorry, in towards the hoop.
So Miranda's now right in front of Rover. She runs this hoop. She will be on peg and Penalt, and she's run it beautifully through to the boundary, as Peter commented earlier.
Yeah.
She'd put that black so she could actually achieve that.
I think we're very lucky to have Miranda in New Zealand now.
Absolutely.
And she's of English extraction.
No, she's not. She's Australian.
Australian, is that right? Oh,
she's Australian, and the perhaps I shouldn't say this, but the Australians didn't pick her for the Worlds in 2015. Perhaps I'm being political here, and so she said, "I'll play for England,"
and won it.
So now Paddy, who's her husband, Paddy Chapman, who's a New Zealander, they've now returned to New Zealand. Miranda is she works for Waikato Hospital. She is in prosthetics, and they are now building a house out towards Morrinsville, so they've joined the Morrinsville Club.
I had heard they were building a house.
Yeah, and they have 2 children, but they spent about 10 years living in England, and they returned to New Zealand last
a year ago.
Now it must be. I think it was August of 21.
So it looks like she's going to leave the opposition balls in the middle of the lawn, probably with the peg between them so that they can't shoot at each other directly.
Yes, she's probably going to leave blue this side of hoop 6 side, hopefully wired from black.
Yeah, and she'd probably want to get down to corner 4 because she wouldn't want to be in corner 2.
Yeah, she's done that pretty nicely. I can't quite tell whether she's got the balls wired or not. I can quickly have a look.
Well, black's one side of Rover and blue's the other side of. Yeah.
I just went to have a look, and it's a perfect wiring between blue and black.
Bear in mind, she has a lift.
She has a lift, that's right. So she can.
Beatrice has a lift.
Yeah. So Beatrice can actually pick up black and shoot at blue from B balk, or pick up blue and shoot at black from A balk.
She's likely to pick up blue, given that blue's at yellow's hoop.
Yep. But I imagine Miranda will be either setting her rush to Penalt, which means she's then got a pioneer at Rover, or she can set her rush to black and then use black to.
But she would like to be making Penalt with her own ball in terms of going through to peg out.
Yeah, absolutely. So I imagine she'll set the rush to Penalt.
Has she gone out?
Don't think so. No,
Oh, no,
nearly.
pretty close.
No, it looks like she's
No, she's
setting it to black.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting.
I would have thought the rush from where she is to Penalt is easier than the other because she hasn't got the peg in the way.
I agree. But no, she set it to black.
It's an interesting target for blue.
Oh, big hole in it.
No, but from where it is, it's not.
I think black's got except the hoop 4 may be in the way of that. I can't quite tell from here. Anyway, so Miranda has done a lovely break, puts her red clip on peg, and she now only has 2 hoops to run.
If I was Beatrice, I'd be shooting with blue at red and yellow as it stands. I don't mind a wide double. I think
there's a.
It's more to do with my shooting ability.
I don't think you can call that a double.
Oh, for blue, it's. She's picking up blue anyway and ignoring my advice.
Yep.
Presumably we'll shoot at black.
Yeah, it's a much nearer shot.
Well, yes. But there's a hoop in the way.
Perhaps not. I mean, it's hard to tell.
I don't know about you, Nelson, but I find the hoops an enormous attraction when I'm trying
right,
to...
like a magnet for you, are they? No, she's taking the aggressive shot. She's actually shooting at yellow and red. I mean, she gets a lot more off this.
Yes.
I mean, there's no doubt about it.
A stage of the game where basically she's got to risk all.
Yeah. Sometimes, when you reach this stage of the game, you need to be ultra aggressive, because if you don't, you're not going to gain much. And the opponent is, and she's hit.
She's hit yellow.
Yeah. I think that's her first hit. Yeah, I think it is.
Well, she had a...
Yes, but that was...
a contact earlier.
Yes, that's right. And she also had an approach when she stuck in hoop 1 right at the beginning of the game, didn't she? Yep. Anyway, so Beatrice now hit in, and she has got, a nice little...
it's quite
on the
good setup, really.
Yeah. So now she can bring yellow a little in field, get her rush on red to black, send red to 2 back and black to 2, sorry, and then get the black to hoop 1.
Yeah.
Beatrice is the chairman of the board, English Croquet Association board.
Is that right? She's been out to New Zealand before.
She has, yes. I mean, I played doubles with her in the men's and women's.
Oh, righto.
I think it's when she came out. It's a few years ago now.
She played at Dannyvirk.
Yeah, at Dannyvirk. That's right. Yeah.
She's probably slightly overhit that red ball.
Very much so, I think. I wouldn't have wanted that.
No.
It's not the line I would be taking. I want a straight line. Up to
halfway between 5 and 6 would have been. 4 and 5 would have been better. However, she's
done that not too badly. She's got a bit of a cut rush to hoop 1.
But she's using her own ball and.
Yep.
She's missed that.
Something we talked about earlier about I don't think
Stalking stalking the cut
about
line.
actually finding when you're doing a cut, actually looking for a spot on the ball and actually then going back and stalking it in that direction. So that you know, instead of actually saying, "Oh, I need to cut this over," and cutting it from where you approached it from straight. So
As I said, it's taken me 40 years to learn that, Nelson. And that's, you know, having ample evidence, watching other players, wondering why on earth they were doing that.
But that's an example of, you know, because you want to cut it, and of course you've already placed your feet in the direction of your hitting it straight, and therefore you tend to overcompensate.
So Miranda's
shooting
now
red
back at yellow.
Yeah, because obviously red is, even though it's yellow she wants to play, red is in the more advantageous position. For
Interesting situation there. Would have been almost worth taking the punt, roking black, given that red was in a very good position to make Penalt had she hit.
Yeah. I mean, I think, from looking at it, I think black and blue may be wide.
Well, that's another consideration.
And looking from Beatrice's body language, I think that's probably true. There was an awful outlet of breath, frustration, I think.
Yeah, I just... But even now, Miranda's got to sit around and wait, really, to get she's got to recreate the situation of making Penalt, given that the balls are now in not a very good position.
No.
I would have, personally, I would have quite liked to have a go at the black ball and with yellow, because you weren't giving anything away.
Yeah.
And she's
an
accurate enough rokier.
Yeah, I imagine she will probably leave her red ball there, and come and move the blue and set. You know, basically waiting till next time to actually.
This game is at times very much a game requiring an enormous amount of patience. You can see what you have to score, but sometimes you've got to play around a wee bit to wait for your opportunity to achieve it.
Absolutely, you know, and it's something you need to learn the game. You know, this game requires patience at times. You know, and not always going for the big shots. So she's setting here. She's going to move the blue and black. Or she may just move the blue.
Also, I mean, the patience is also tied to the fact that while your opponent is in play, you're sitting down. You're sitting out at times for 20 or 30 minutes or even more at a time.
Yep.
A lot of golf croquet players don't like that concept. She's moving both balls.
Yep. Well, you know, otherwise, you know, I suppose if she just leaves black there and only move the blue, Beatrice could then place the blue and, you know,
and another awkward spot.
She still hasn't got another ball to play with, you know, this way. She's making it more useful for herself.
I imagine that black will be put up by yellow, so she's forced to play the black.
Absolutely.
And then she'll leave herself a rush to blue, so that she can use that to make yellow, to make penultimate.
Absolutely. Oh, I'm sure it's got colder.
As I said, Ariba's in the temperate zone, Nelson. We got any comments?
About what?
I don't know, anything. Anything.
Well, I think what you've just... oh, wonderful.
Nelson's just found himself a cuddly rug. He's going to feel better shortly. Good Lord, a ski jacket. Yes, as predicted. She hasn't got a rush across to blue as I was predicting. Red must have been pretty well on the line, so... So, Nelson, would you be... Yes, I think Beatrice is looking at having a go at the red and yellow in the corner there.
Yep.
And in my terms, it's a double.
It's certainly worth the shot, I think.
Looks to be going out to the left, yes.
Yep.
Never an easy shot when you've kind of only got one shot left. And if you don't hit, then potentially it's the end of game here. So black is in contact with yellow, which is the ball Miranda wants to play. She can organise herself a rush across to blue, use blue to make Penalt, and have yellow by Rover to make the last hoop, and then peg out. It wasn't in contact, sorry, but close enough.
So she's got the rush across, as you said earlier, with red to blue.
Should have probably preferred that a little bit further
away. She wanted to be able to go beyond the blue.
Another 3 yards would have been very handy.
Yeah, she could have then stop-shotted it to Rover and got her rush on blue. But it's not a disaster. She still can do a little take-off and get her rush on blue, which is the important thing. Get that rush to Penalt.
And she has that.
She has that. So there is a potential for this first game of this best of three to be over in this turn.
That's a nice weight.
It's a nice weight.
Ooh. It's less of a nice weight now.
This game can be so cruel at times. You know, you've done a beautiful shot and it has to end up there. You know, if you just missed that hoop and just run past it, would have made it so much easier for her.
The end result is that she now can't come through Penalt and have a rush down to red.
Unless she does what you said earlier and does a Croquet and Croquet in the same.
Yeah, no, but that ball's going to be very close to the hoop. Yeah, you're right, but I never like these. Sometimes the ball stops the other one.
Yeah. Very nice.
Well
great
done.
shot. Absolutely great shot. Fantastic. That was really a great shot. I mean,
Yep.
she couldn't ask for that more ideal, even if she'd been rushing it. It's beautiful. So she can now
She can put blue
the
to Rover.
well, yeah, the others, the escape side of Rover,
Mm.
so that she can hit blue when she first comes through the hoop, and get her rush on red to Rover. So ideal, really. And I think she'll put it quite deep, the blue, because that's the way she's been
Yeah.
obviously
Been
you know, she
making the
doesn't have
hoops,
to,
yeah.
she doesn't have to then go for a controlled hoop.
She can leave, even push red up towards the peg.
Yeah, I mean, she doesn't need to, but the most important thing is just to get nicely in front of the hoop.
Yeah. She may want to, because every now and then when you're hitting the ball hard, these hoops grab the ball.
They do.
And they
That's
don't,
true.
Because in fact we just saw that
Yep.
a little bit earlier with Debbie
Yep.
at four-back. She hit the ball very hard and
It
she
only
ended
went
up
through
about an inch.
Yeah, nice takeoff to the hoop. She can now go right through
Yeah,
to the
blue.
boundary, to the blue. Yep, very nicely, right through to the boundary. And
Comfortable roking distance on blue.
absolutely.
It's not your dog, is it?
Not from this distance, he's still up north. She's taking a rush over to black, so then she can rush black back towards the red to guarantee her
the
rush
into
on
the
red.
peg,
Yeah. You know, there are 4 balls on the lawn. Make use of all of them. You know,
Well,
it's a good lesson to
yeah.
learn. People think, oh, I don't need to do that. I can just go straight. No, make use of the balls.
So now she's just going to rush black over to red.
Yep.
And get a very simple approach to the peg. Mind you, she hasn't got much different shot to what she had from the blue ball anyway.
No, but still the
It's
correct,
easier.
still the
It's
correct thing
easier.
to have done. You know. So it'll take off here to get her rush on red to the peg. Thing she doesn't want to do here is rush the red onto the peg, because that is called a grievous, because she'll then have no ball to take Croquet from. It would be her end of turn. I always feel it's a bit unfair, really, because you've played the perfect shot.
Has happened to all of us, though, Nelson.
It has.
At times.
Yeah. I've done it out from corner 3 to actually land on the peg.
Oh.
Anyway, she's got a very nice less than a yard top shot peg out. And she pegged both balls. Congratulations, Amanda. Miranda. So had to take the first game, and so
We're crossing now to the other game, or
I'll have just go and check with with Greg and see what we're going to do.
Are we allowed a brief respite?
I think we should. I certainly need a cup of tea, that's for sure. So we're just going to have a brief respite, and we'll be back with you shortly. Kia ora, we're back live. So at the moment I've got a couple of people.
tragic if our well-selected words weren't heard by you
I
all.
don't think you've been hearing us. Unfortunately, our operators turned everything off. So I'm sorry, not our
So
fault.
we've been talking for
We've
no
been talking
reason.
for no reason. I know.
For 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So okay, let's start again now that I think we are live. So we are now back into watching the second game of the best of three between Miranda Chapman and Beatrice McGlynn, and at the moment it's
Beatrice has made the first
hoop, and now she's retired back to her partner ball in corner 2.
I was a bit surprised by that because she wasn't that far away from black.
No.
And again, black's been left an entertaining target here in corner 2.
Yes.
Certainly an aggressive player would probably have a go at that.
Yeah. I mean, red and yellow don't have a lot.
No.
So putting another ball up here is certainly, making it easier for red. It's early in the game. Sorry, the reason for that was Bonnie was shooting at Debbie's balls and smashed into hoop 5. So it's not what
probably
she wanted.
Suggested she wasn't going to hit anyway.
So Miranda shot for blue and has missed. So Beatrice will come back onto the lawn.
She'll want to rush red into a situation where blue and black are open to her. She won't, because there's the potential to get.
Oh, she's playing yellow.
Well, whichever.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, to get red into a situation where she's got access to blue and black.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
That was not advice, Beatrice. Which she has done.
Yeah, so take off to black and blue, and she's certainly got
the possibility of a break here.
Yep.
I think she'd quite like to go to black, push it a little bit away from blue.
Yep.
And load 3. And she may not be able to get black.
No. Looking at the angle there, I don't think she can.
It's tight.
Could she get a cannon?
Well, she could get a cannon.
Now, would you like to explain a cannon, Peter?
Right, well, one hasn't eventuated as it happens, but a cannon is where you rush a ball towards another ball and they end up either touching infield, or when you line the ball you've hit in, it's touching the other ball, and then you can move the balls around to your advantage to play what's called a cannon.
And when the shot is played, both the croquet stroke and the roquet happen in the same shot.
Yeah, that's right.
And a roquet is to hit a ball, and a croquet is when you put the two balls in contact.
Yeah.
And then you have your continuation shot, which can be running a hoop or hitting another ball.
And I got that all the wrong way around because she's playing yellow and coming to hoop 1.
I know.
Whereas
that's what I said earlier. Yeah.
Whereas I was looking at loading hoop 3 and coming to 2.
No. Anyway, she's got a slight angled one, and I hope she just...
A couple of feet back.
Yeah, and nice smooth shot. Yep, and she's done that lovely. So she's through hoop 1.
I think that hoop must have widened over the course of the day because everybody jammed in it.
Well, but they did hit them quite gently at the beginning. So, not an easy.
Beatrice has just missed the return shot to black. So now Beatrice is on 2 and 2, and Miranda's going back to the blue ball.
Yes. She didn't hit, but she's now back with her partner ball, and red and yellow are 25 yards apart, you know, from
All of
30,
that.
well, 25 I think it is.
No, red and yellow are 35 yards
Oh,
apart.
yes, sorry.
Well, no, less 2 yards, 33 yards. And potentially wired as well.
No, I don't think they are. I think actually they are open. So, what does Beatrice do here? Is she going to take on an aggressive shot again, or is she going to?
Well, Miranda's already got a rush to 1.
She has,
or yellow. So I think yellow's got to move.
Yeah.
And again, is she going to give much away by
going for it?
By going for them?
No, absolutely. And that's what you're doing. You're weighing up, you know, what do I give away if I miss a shot? What do I gain if I hit? And that's always running through your mind when you are going onto the lawn.
And as a result, a lot of time ends up getting spent wandering around the lawn, assessing those potentials.
And some people wander more than others.
Bonnie's lifting her head. Yes, sometimes there are some people that will actually reassess the position of the balls after every shot, even though they haven't moved. It looks like she's going for the blue and black.
No, it doesn't. No, she's going to corner 3, I think.
Ah.
Yep.
Oh, well. You're quite right.
And if you were playing a really top-class player, you know, they would be quite capable of actually building a break from this.
Oh, I agree.
You know, you rush that to 1. You know, you're taking off back up to that corner 3.
Well,
and you're already, you know, you've
potentially though, you when you go to hoop 1, you'd put blue sufficiently far up the lawn so that you've got to rush to one of these other balls.
That, you know, take off. You've got a chance of actually, you know, sending that to 3 and getting a rush on the other ball to 2, and your break's there.
Yeah. Just the other game is now taking our attention because they're right in front of us, and Bonnie's just hit a good long Roki.
Anyway, Miranda has rushed that to hoop 1. I can't quite see.
It's
to the side,
north of it and out to the side.
But, you know, with the takeoff, she's okay.
Well, I think I'd play this as a split.
Well, you could.
Blue a little bit further north.
Yep, and that gives it where you were originally wanting it to get your rush up into corner 3.
Yep, she's hit that nicely. Slight angle. It's hard to tell from here how far back she is, but I'd say
these ones are not
18 inches.
Yep, nicely through. Very nice rush. Yep, nothing wrong with that.
Nothing well. I guess in an ideal world it would be a rush directly to yellow, but
you know, I mean, it's
we're not.
now her takeoff as a distance she can, you know, evaluate easily. So she's going to take off to yellow in corner 3 and bring that in field while going to the red ball, which is also on the north boundary.
Just waiting for red to be
placed back on.
Placed. Have they set a specific dress code for this event, Nelson?
It's basically country
uniform.
Country uniform. Yeah, but New Zealand doesn't have a strict dress code for playing like they do in the UK or in America. So you do not have to wear whites. You can wear whatever you like, basically, when you're playing in tournaments.
Did it? Did it? Yes, it's an attempt. Well, an attempt, I think, to relax things and I guess drag in younger players.
That's the thing. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's the. I think players in England quite happily wear whites, you know, and they feel they're part of a team and part. And I think New Zealand made the big mistake of changing it. I think it looks so much nicer to see all the players in white or all in national costumes. You know, to see players turning up in New Zealand tournaments wearing a pair of jeans and an old T-shirt, I think looks dreadful.
Even though at club level now we have not a situation is the wrong word, but a lot of our older members like everyone to be wearing their club shirts at club day.
Well, I don't think that's necessary. I don't agree with that. You know, if I'm going to represent the club, yes, wear it. But why do I do it? Wear it club day. I mean, we're not a kindergarten, you know.
But
it happens at my club too, and I don't.
Has been a bone of contention. That's a very, very
that
nice
is a
hoop
great
approach.
shot. Yeah, that is a really,
from a
really
quite a
great
difficult
shot.
situation. And she got the wick the right way.
Yeah, it's from those kind of shots you can see why she is the reigning world champion.
Yeah. Big shot to play. Quite a big shot to play here, Nelson. I see she's going to go straight to yellow.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what I would be doing.
On a reasonably fast lawn, I would be tempted to put red up to 4.
I don't play those shots because they're too difficult.
I don't mind those shots. She
know,
could go to blue and then rush it out to yellow. It's sort of, it's.
I know you're leaving a ball behind, but you know I'm still a great believer in, you know, build your break slowly. I think it's I see so often people try and do all the big shots right at the beginning and achieve nothing. You know, so I'm still a great believer in building your break, you know, and keeping your break going. And in this way she can. I mean, you know, she sends that to 4. She gets the rush on blue. She got 3 balls in. You know, 3-ball break for 2 or 3 hoops is just as easy to play.
I see. I think it's what she's got there. Yeah, she had black
You know, play
Went
the
a lot-
shot you know you're going to achieve.
Well, I actually
Mm.
thought
Anyway, we all see things differently, and we
Indeed we do.
play games differently, and that's
God,
what
I-
makes the game so interesting. You
Yeah.
know, because no two.
and while this is the slowest lawn, it's not horrendously slow.
No, oh no, not at all. No, it's probably at the moment. It's probably 11 and a half to 11 and a half, 12. 10 and a half or 11. All right.
What's that? Sorry.
In case it rains.
Ah, righto. And here was me thinking it was afternoon tea. Well, actually, I probably could have a cup of tea. I probably should have had one before.
I'll bring you a cup of tea and something to eat.
Oh yes, I'll have one too. Thank you.
Yeah. With milk, please. Yeah. That was quite an angly hoop. And Miranda's...
Sorry, we missed what was going on there with
Miranda missed the hoop.
Was it quite angly? Was it?
It was fairly angly and short.
Yeah, we can just watch it here on the slide on the.
It was quite angly and quite short.
Ooh, and it really popped out.
Yeah.
She did seem to slightly move forward too with.
I'd have to say those short angly ones I struggle with.
Mm.
I don't know why. You're tempted to try and force them
through, and that's
and it's
fatal.
Yeah.
Is the word.
And I don't know. These hoops don't seem to like being jumped. In general terms.
Yes, you can.
You can do it, but
you
it's
can
not-
yes,
it's
and
not
jump up
simple.
into them. You know. Especially if they're not so firmly in the ground. You know, it's when
Oh,
they
yeah.
if they've got a little bit of give, then you certainly can. But when they're firmly in the ground, it makes it a lot harder because
Yeah.
there's no give to get it into the hoop. You know.
I just look at that. I've just played at Waimari, where the conditions aren't. The lawns weren't as fast as this by any stretch of the imagination, but the ground is hard,
Yeah.
and the hoops were in very tight, and they'd set them well, not quite as tight as this.
Anyway, Beatrice shoots for red, up and towards corner 2, and she's missed.
And
I think Miranda can run that hoop.
jumps were a struggle.
I think she's right in front, isn't she? I mean, it's
No, I think it's out to the side.
Is it? Is it?
Yeah, I'm sure it
But
is.
she can hit blue, I think, can't she?
I presume. But it's very difficult from where we are to tell.
That's right. That's why it's it's. I always say that the best camera angles are ones above and looking down the lawn. You'll be able to see angles so much
We had
better.
drones
Yeah.
that were silent. We could tell.
Let's have a look at this. What she's got. She's playing blue.
It
'cause
looks
I
like
think
Black can't make the hoop and can't see blue, but
but
blue
blue
can
can
see
just
a bit of
probably
black.
just see black. Nope.
She's missed it. Yeah, but
So
they
it only
were
couldn't.
wired.
Yeah, so it must have been nearly wired. Well, it was wired, obviously, and have a clip of it.
She might have had an edge.
Anyway, so she has missed and gone over into corner 3.
And red and yellow
Red
are
and
together
yellow
in
are
corner
together, and she has got a rush to her hoop, which is hoop 2.
2. Yeah, that's right. She's on 2, isn't she?
With both.
So she's actually been gifted's the wrong word, but she's got a very good situation here. This is Beatrice we're talking about.
Yep. She's got a nice pioneer at 3 and a rush to hoop 2. So she's certainly got a chance of actually getting a breakout here.
Yeah. And as it happens, Ian, the cameras are not on Debbie's game, so we're not really commenting on it. Of course.
We now have Ian Lyons behind us.
Good afternoon all, or good morning. So, yes, just watching watching Debbie playing on the same lawn, struggling to finish off her match a little bit. Seems to be playing well though.
Yeah, she has been.
She
Yes,
played some very, especially her first break was very controlled. You know, but she, as you say, she's struggled to make these last three hoops, which is so often the way, isn't it?
It is often the way.
Mm.
Yes, that's why you do triple peels, obviously.
Yes. You don't have to worry about doing that, do you?
Yeah.
But the players seem to be coming into form more, don't they?
Well, they're now used to the conditions, and they've had 3 or 4 days.
Yep.
Playing on the lawns.
And getting used to the hoops.
Yeah, mind you, are they used to them? These hoops up until today were the largest ball on the lawn plus 1.2 millimetres, and as we said earlier, they've been reduced to 0.8. So that's a 33% reduction. 0.8 of a millimetre is not a big gap.
I think that the plate games have been kept to the old.
Oh yeah, yeah.
They haven't been. In fact, they may have even been slightly wider. So Beatrice has done what we thought earlier. She's gone to the ball in corner 3. She can now stop shot that to hoop 4 and use the black Pioneer at hoop 3.
Actually, I'm while having narrow hoops is a bit of an issue in terms of getting through them, I find the real issue is the immovability of the hoops.
Absolutely, yep. The rigidity is the.
I think if you get in front of the hoop, you ought to be able to go through, no matter how narrow they are. The situation does arise and I'm never sure whether it's the fact that the balls have expanded or. Oh, thank you. But the possibility can exist where a ball jams in the hoop and both sides of the ball are touching the legs and the ball won't go further. And that's Beatrice has just balked at hoop 3 from what seemed like a very comfortable position. Is that the black clip on hoop 3? It's hard to tell.
I just watched a replay on that hoop, and she actually hit it into the wire. So it's obviously if you catch the wire, the ball is not going to go.
It's not going to go through. So Miranda's presented. Is that the black hoop? Is that Black's hoop?
That's her hoop. So it's
So
a little bit of a gift. So Miranda is running hoop 3. She's got a Pioneer at hoop 4. She'll probably rush this back to the north boundary because red is up here north of hoop 6. So she'll rush that back slightly. Yep, rushed it right to the north boundary. She can now probably send that to, well, she either send it to 6 and get a rush on red, or she may even send it to 5. See what sort of, I don't know what sort of her stop shot ratio is like. Well, it is. And she did to 6, yeah. No, but if she'd done it, put that to 5, would have been much more. No. I think this is the better way of doing it. I totally agree. But I wasn't sure what she was.
I'll return to the commentary having just eaten a cracker and cheese, where I was making more noise doing that.
Anyway, she's rushed it down to 5. She can now do a thickish takeoff
Yep.
to blue.
So she's played that as a
Yes.
sort of a rollish roll shot. I thought she just would have just
I-
taken off.
Thickish takeoff, yeah. Which meant that she actually did end up sending red a lot deeper than she probably wanted to.
She was potentially aiming at the hoop. In the other game, Debbie Lyons has just rushed the green ball to Rover and basically just has to make this hoop. The ball very kindly hit the leg of the hoop and has stayed nicely in front. So she should finish the game here.
Miranda's having to wait for Debbie Lyons to run Rover. She now has Debbie has a straight rush up towards hoop, to white,
Towards the white.
which is the ball she wishes to peg out with her own ball, and she's done that quite nicely. So the game in the first game in the other match, in the secondary colour match, should be over very shortly.
Now see again, Miranda hasn't put that ball over towards two back.
It's obviously
Second time. It's obviously not a
Two away.
tactic she
No.
uses.
except here she can't. Oh no, she hasn't. No, you did right. No, I was thinking that she could have hit blue first, and then.
Well, I mean, she could do that.
But I don't think. But not looking at what she's playing, I think she's going to hit red first. So obviously her approach here is to hit red a bit deeper and send that to one back. Yep. Yeah. Getting the rush on blue up.
Makes this quite a long shot, and getting it accurate.
Yep.
I think is quite difficult.
It is.
In fact, I think now she's actually got the hoop in the way.
And Debbie has won the first game in this match. I think 26-1.
One by the looks.
And that game took about basically 3 hours.
All right. Is that right? Is that how long we've been doing this?
Yes, I know.
Good Lord.
It's amazing how time goes when you're having fun, isn't it?
We'll be on overtime before
We will,
we know
yes,
what's happened.
right.
Yeah. I think we could offer some advice here to Miranda to load two back after 5. I think that's because she's kind of creating.
And I also, I'm a great believer in trying to have my partner ball at two back. I think it's.
Yeah, I never really think of it in those terms. But,
I do. I think it makes your leave. Making your last hoop off your partner ball is never.
Depends what leave it is you want to do.
True. But with all leaves, I think it's better to be playing with an opponent ball off your last hoop.
I guess she's got the room now to
Two
do
balls,
this.
but even so, it's not
It's not. There's less accuracy.
especially when you're doing those big shots to put a pioneer, they are never as accurate.
Well, the thing is that a lot of short shots is better than
Absolutely.
big shots.
You've got more chance of having your pioneers exactly where you want them.
Exactly. furthest from the superiority of our position.
Of course, absolutely. I mean, this game is always played really well when you're sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
Yep, hoop and Roki again.
With a good pioneer at two back, she could have been a lot easier to take red down to two and load three back from there, to two back and load three back from there. Whereas now,
But I actually like that shot anyway. I prefer I prefer to be putting my ball after one back at peg and then getting my rush out and then loading that approaching two back.
again, it's a series of short shots as opposed to.
I mean, she's done that.
Well,
Depends again. The ratio is going to be a bit. Probably she's only going to get as far as in line with Rover, I would think.
At best. I think she's.
So she's
in
not.
a sense, she's lost the break.
I mean, she can still complete the break, but she's making life harder for herself. You know. Yeah, you're quite right. That wasn't a. So she's got no ball near her next hoop. You know. And that was all because of from right back to hoop 5.
Well, it stemmed really from, after she made hoop 2, she never got in a position to rush red right out to the line.
She only started the break at 3. I hate to tell you this. Started the break at 3.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is she never, when she made one back,
one back. Oh, sorry.
She never got the rush on red to rush it out to the line past.
Yep.
However, she's merely one good rush away from
Is she going to rush this to the hoop or to the ball? To the ball. So this way she's going to be making the last hoop off blue, which is what I was saying earlier, was not what she wants to be doing.
This is interesting. She's loading 4 back.
And that wasn't she's now got a very much of a cut rush to get to 3 back. She should have really concentrated on getting that rush.
She's rushed it towards the 3 back corner, which means it's all still possible.
It's all possible, but it's
harder,
making life more and more difficult for herself. Does a take off, and she's done it very nicely. Yep, she's got a good touch at the moment. She's got the feel of the lawn.
That's for real.
Yep. Yep, nicely through that. But as you say, it looks like she is going to give contact again. Yes, perhaps she's under the the feeling that she'd rather just get the balls round. She's in a break. I'm going to continue.
Have an enduring memory of a couple of local players, both minors players, and one of them, neither of them triple peeled in particular, but one didn't have a good experience triple peeling, and so against this player, he decided that every time he played him, he'd just go to the peg, give him a contact.
Yep.
And the second player took it as an insult, and as a lack of respect, shall we say. And ended up being a little bit of bad blood between them. She must be very confident in her takeoffs, because I would have taken off on the other side of the ball there to push it slightly infield and not risk it going out.
Yes, I never worry about taking off either side of the balls. You know, some people do favour one side.
Oh, yeah. Because I don't know that she necessarily wanted blue on the line for
No, not for any
play
purpose.
to continue.
No. Oh, she's definitely definitely giving a contact again.
Yep.
And you'll notice that Miranda plays with a Solomon grip. Both.
And she's using an old pidcock.
Yes, it is an old pidcock. With a round head.
The round-headed.
You don't see many of those
Interestingly,
anymore.
well, I've got 3 of them. One I've let my wife have.
I had one. I hated it.
Oh, I love it.
No, I'd rather have a square head any day. And the amount of lawn damage done with round-headed mallets is
Oh, right. I've never really thought of it.
yep.
I
They do a lot of lawn damage.
I've got a friend who
If they're not being used by someone who's competent.
Plays golf croquet out of Katikati, and I think there was it the North Island or the New Zealand Champs were held up there somewhere. I think you played in them, Nelson. Golf croquet championships, and anyway, the mate of mine was talking to Paddy, who's got I guess they're called a trimmer these days, aren't they?
Yeah, pit trimmer.
And he said that really these mallets should be banned because they're so well engineered that they make the game a lot easier. But I see he's got the square one, and he's given his wife his old round one, probably. Just my approach to.
No, I think that Miranda always had the round one. But the trimmer mallets are beautifully made, and they really are. They're quality mallets. Anyway, she has given a contact because she's made 1 back and 4 back in this turn. She's now for Rover and 1. So she'll be making a defensive leave because, as we said earlier, Beatrice will have a contact.
So, Nelson, from here, you'd be putting well, the ideal world is you want all balls on the line.
You do.
And as far apart as possible.
Yep, she can get that to the east boundary and
which potentially explains why she took off that side to put blue
stay on the boundary. So
So
she'll rush this to the east boundary, and then I imagine she'll take black to the west boundary.
yeah.
Yep. She's also taken yellow to yellow's location.
Yeah. So
And red is in its red location.
yeah. And the point of that, for those of you that aren't aware, is that they've got to move away from their hoop in order to make any progress. So if it had been the other way round, then yellow could have used red to approach its hoop and vice versa. This is interesting.
She may be
Where's she
going.
going?
It looks like she's going down to corner 1.
Yeah, which I would be a little bit surprised at, because it does give Beatrice the opportunity to
Yeah,
just directly approach
I know.
hoop 1.
I would have come, mid west boundary.
Yeah. And yes, she's going into corner 1.
Yes, into corner 1 she goes. Let's just see what other. So that leaves Miranda on Rover and hoop 1, and Beatrice on 2 and 3. And Beatrice now has a
Contact. Oh, hold on. No, she's not for hoop 1. That's
No, she's not for hoop 1. No.
so that my
And
comment
that
about that
yes,
is
in fact, it's probably actually
the right
better
place.
to be, and not on the west boundary, where she could have actually rolled from there with the
two.
red if she wanted to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Yes, we were thinking of it as
Her being on hoop 1.
Yep.
Pay attention.
Yes. So she's going to take yellow and to be in contact with the blue ball.
So really, all she can do here is set up for herself for a future turn.
No, she's changed her mind. She's going to take off from black and go initially to blue. So it's going to be quite difficult to get anything off this. As you say, it's probably better that she's actually putting the balls so that for a future turn. So she's taken off black to blue.
I'd say that's going out, isn't it?
No, it's
no,
fine.
it's
good. Yes.
so black can't have been right in the corner. for her
I
to
think it
play that
was.
shot.
She hit it
Well,
into the corner.
Yeah, but she's come out. Oh, it can't have been, Nelson. It can't have been, because she's come out at an angle from the corner.
I know, but I'm sure I watched Miranda hit it straight into the corner.
Yeah, well,
Anyway, it doesn't really matter.
it's academic.
So she's now hit the blue infield a little. So now she's got to do a take off, thickish take off, I think. So just send that to 4. No, she's not doing very thick
So
take.
you-
I would doing a thicker take.
You
off.
wouldn't be advising a Hogan roll here then.
I wouldn't be. No. So she's taken off up to her partner ball red. She's
Blue's nicely in field.
Yep. Shiroki's red.
And is ably assisted by the commentators in positioning her balls. So one issue here is that because Beatrice has used both the balls, she cannot wire either of her balls from all the other ones. She has created a situation where black hasn't got much of a shot on her two balls, but as it happens, blue and black are open. Miranda has shot at black and missed, and that leaves Beatrice with a rush to 3. Would you have, Nelson, I mean, given that this is a longish rush to 3, wouldn't you have set it so that there was a rush to 2 with red?
Yes, I think I probably would have been inclined to have done that, yeah.
I guess if you were determined to play yellow, you could have rolled them both over to 3. So she's rushed the red ball over to hoop 3, which is the hoop that she's for yellow, but it's gone a couple of metres past, and I guess makes for a difficult approach. In fact, she's not going to do that. She's going to go down and separate blue and black. She's got down there nicely. Nelson's just doing some research here by the looks. Beatrice has hit yellow down slightly south of black, and presumably will push it infield and perhaps get a rush on black to get to hoop 3. She would potentially, I think, like to rush this to the line behind hoop 3 so that she can load hoop 4 and make the hoop. And she's got red there to continue play with. She's not quite got to the line, but she can certainly, with a good stop shot, send black a reasonable distance up the lawn and get in front of the hoop. I think that's gone past and slightly wide.
Yes, it certainly makes a difference depending on how much lawn time you've had. You know, and obviously Beatrice hasn't had the same lawn time as Miranda, and has not really got the pace of the lawn in the same way at all.
Well, that shot's not an easy one to load and hold, and particularly when she's trying to get a fair amount of length on the black ball.
Yeah.
She may have had more success if she'd accepted a lesser distance with one.
Yeah. So Miranda is looking at shooting at the red and yellow. She shoots, but she misses. So it now allows Beatrice to play a similar sort of shot, really, isn't it?
Well, not really. I would imagine here she'd go for black. Then she's got red to use to make.
She misses, but she could also do the stop shot approach, can't she? Yeah.
She could do the same thing, yeah. But I think an attacking player here would play yellow onto black.
You've got to be confident in your shooting.
Well, you've kind of got to.
Yep. And as we were saying earlier, she needs to be more aggressive, in her play. So she is taking the
7-yarder.
I mean, it gives her a lot more if she hits here, because then she's got just a simple stop shot, and she's hit. So, well done, Beatrice.
I think at this level you've got to take those ones.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And as we said, she gains so much more. I mean, she should be able to get some sort of break going now.
There's a break here now. The only issue here is that she needs to get outside the red so that she can push it in towards the hoop.
Yeah, going past it is much better.
But outside it, and she's not. She's hit the ball.
She actually played it too straight, really.
Oh,
she?
yeah.
So the three venues are still being used. At United today we have 4 lawns being used for the knockout and 2 lawns for one of the plate blocks. And the other 2 venues, Kashmir and St James, are being used for the 3 other plate blocks.
So Beatrice is now just missed hoop 3.
Yeah. The problem is when you have missed a hoop once or twice, it gets in your head, and she wasn't smooth with the running of that hoop. We can watch it again here, that's because with our delay, we actually can now see the shot again. Yep, and she again hit the wire.
And it also highlights the need to have got outside the red to rush it into the hoop.
But she was
and get a match.
But she was right in front.
She was in a good position.
So Miranda's now shooting for the blue. She's not, and she has missed. So blue and black are probably about 3 or 4 yards apart over towards.
Perhaps. Presumably yellow can be made. That looks as though it might be a bit angly.
A bit angly. I think a referee might need to be called here.
Well, need a referee here.
When you have got a hoop, a ball which is very close to a hoop, you should be calling a referee, because there is a chance that you can create a fault, and a fault would be in the situation probably where the ball and the hoop and the mallet are in contact at the same time. and this would be a fault. Steve Clark from the Whakatane club is refereeing the shot.
And he's making it difficult for us to see what's going on.
Yep, and she has run the hoop cleanly. So she can now remove her clip and continue with her break. She's rushed the ball down to hoop
Nicely
4,
down
very
to hoop
nicely
4.
rushed. It's going to probably be a little bit long, I think,
No,
or
no,
not.
I think
No,
it's
no, it's
pulling up
beautiful. Oh,
nicely.
beautiful shot.
What about your
Absolutely.
judge of Nelson?
No, terrible.
Does
No.
he-
Not very good today, am I? Especially when it comes to Beatrice's shots.
I hope she wasn't listening
I
again
know,
that
exactly.
time.
Now a bit more smooth with this front. Really, just
Stroke it through.
stroke it through. Yes, much better. It's through to the line, which get a little bit more forward acceleration.
I
Or
wouldn't
forward,
like to say that reminded me of one of yours, though, Nelson.
wouldn't you? Huh? You know, a beautiful hoop runner. I think we've both had problems in that direction in the past, Peter.
I'd have to say that hoops are my biggest bugbear.
The game would be so easy without hoops, wouldn't it? Yeah, it's not a disaster because she can just take off from there over to black.
Given
And-
some of her early shots, she's
Yep.
probably pretty happy that she hit that.
Yeah. So
No, see here, I would roll red up to
you
6
do
and go
a split
and go
Yeah,
across to
yeah.
those two, because
Yeah, I agree that in these conditions that is not too difficult a shot.
No.
I agree, and I probably would be playing that shot too.
and it
Because
looks like she is.
You just got to get your angle right.
Yeah.
Your distance is fairly easy. But an inexperienced player would end up coming short on the shot, though.
Well, possibly, yes. And it's fair to say that in this game, if you can make both balls work for you, it's
You-
a real advantage.
Absolutely, yeah.
You know, she has fallen short
That's
because
what I thought
really,
would happen, you know.
because really she needed to hit. She needs to go to black.
Yeah. But I don't think she will. I think she's going to go for blue.
Yeah, but then, it's happened with the other game, and I would have thought Debbie would have pushed white infield.
But she didn't get over that ball enough when she
No.
took that shot.
No.
She played it too much as she needed to get further over
as a
the
drive. It was it was effectively, it should have been a roll shot.
Yeah, absolutely. But so
And
you know, when you
as
want,
you
when
pointed
you
out, we play really well on the sidelines.
we do. And when you do want your back ball to go further, you need to come further over the shot.
Yeah.
You know.
Righto. I'm also keeping an eye on the other game and watching what Debbie's doing.
She's just run hoop 3, hasn't she?
Yeah, and she's organised herself a rush back to white.
So now Beatrice is doing a takeoff to get the rush on black to hoop 5, and she
She
looks
seems
like
to have achieved it.
I think it's a little
Slightly
bit angled. She
cut.
needs to be cutting it.
It's interesting, those shots, you've got to have a lot of confidence in the line. On a lot of lawns, the lines fall away. And I remember the World Champs in Florida, a lot of the lines on the USA Croquet Centre, things were just sand.
Yeah.
And it was very, very difficult to know what your ball was going to do.
Yeah, it was a nice
going
venue
down
there,
that
wasn't it?
Oh,
Superb venue.
yeah. It's gone too far.
You see, what was the need to put black way up there?
Well, there was no need.
You know, that should have just been a little roll
Yeah.
stroke. You know, by this stage, you really should be, you know, getting more of a feel for the lawn. I don't quite know why she put black way up there. In fact, she would have been better to have been short, so she could have rushed the black to blue. Really.
Mm. Well, yeah, very much so.
Anyway, she's now taken her own ball out of play, put it up into corner 3, because black and red are now only
2 meters.
apart. Unfortunately, black is not the ball that Miranda wants to play. She would prefer to play blue, but I'm sure she won't be complaining.
The game is often won and lost on mistakes.
It certainly is.
And you can be in full control and you make one mistake and all of a sudden the whole game turns.
Yep. I mean, how many times have you been, you know, literally sitting peg and peg and the opponent's on 1-1 and you've lost the match, you know, or won it?
Oh, no, never.
Oh, I have.
Have you?
Yep.
Never happened to me.
Anyway, so Miranda will just be setting a leave here. She is for hoop one,
so she'll
So
just rush
she's,
that down. And
Yeah, she'll rush that down and set herself probably a very nice leave, and probably wired from red.
yeah, or not,
Or not, you know.
depending on how the rush goes.
Just have a see if I can give you an update on any of the other matches for the English. Would like to know how Gabrielle is getting on. Well, I've just been informed by Ian Lyons that Gabrielle Higgins won her first game and even had a Rove appeal. So she is now in game 2. And Miranda has set up a lovely wide position from red with a small dolly rush to hoop 1. Beatrice is looking at her options, which aren't great.
I imagine she's going to move red.
She should do.
Because I can't even if blue was a double, it's well, it'd be almost 40 yards away, wouldn't it?
Yep.
And I'm not even sure she can see it. There could be the peg.
It's perhaps a situation where she should be defensive.
But it looks as though she may be going for them because she's certainly waiting for
Looks like it. Yep.
Debbie to move.
Yes, Debbie's approaching hoop 5, so she's looks like she's going to shoot with the yellow ball at the blue and black.
Brave. So I presume, Nelson, that the United Club has got the use of the old boys rugby. Is it the rugby club that operates out of the rest of the pavilion?
New rugby club there being built.
Oh, is that right?
Because the bowling lawns are now petanque.
Yeah.
Gone. I remember did you ever play on that?
I did,
Yes,
yes.
like me too, yeah. And so look, it's quite a different. So I think this is all croquet now. So that the rugby has I've got a new pavilion being
Oh,
built.
righto. Most croquet facilities exist on fairly aged pavilions that are often far too small for purpose. I know at our own club we've got something approaching 40 members, and I think we've got about 100 square feet.
She shot, and I don't think she missed by that much. It's hard to tell from this angle, but it looked pretty close to me.
And one of the reasons she might do that is that blue would probably like to use yellow. So blue would hit yellow out a little bit and then attempt to recreate the rush. And I guess there's the potential for that rush to go wrong.
The only thing I would say is that shot may be the last shot she takes in this match.
Well, there's a good chance.
I mean, I don't want to, use the commentator's curse, but she's certainly now given Miranda a lot, and Miranda has only got to do one peel, the rover peel, in this turn. I mean, she's still got to make obviously the 12 hoops with her blue ball, but seeing the way Miranda has been playing up till now, I think that the chances here of achieving this turn are quite high. I mean, the red ball is north of 2, which isn't ideal, but I think she's going to be able to put yellow.
But then a
infield.
lot hinges on the success of this shot.
Yep.
Oh, yes, and she's retained the rush.
Yep. And she's got yellow infield, which makes it a lot more useful to get a rush afterwards.
She hasn't cut that in quite as much as I think she would have liked.
No.
And it's gone a bit far. However, she's
Very
right
nice,
in
very
front.
nice takeoff. She's actually got the pace of the lawn beautifully, I think.
Yes, she has, yeah.
Yep. So now she's got a nice, or she's got a rush back to the south boundary. She can send that there and then do a stop shot, sending that to 3 and getting a rush on yellow.
She needs the rush on yellow to come outside red.
Absolutely. But she does rush very well, Miranda. She's one of the
And this is a
few
demonstration.
female players who can rush extremely well. I mean, Gabrielle is also a very good rusher, and so is Jenny Clark.
And this is a demonstration of making both balls work for you.
Yep. That's that.
Well, yes and no. She hasn't got a rush down to
She
red.
hasn't, but she's got black beautifully. That's where I'd like black to be. And she can rush. See how beautifully she rushed that.
Yes,
Yeah,
I know,
it's a
but
very confident rush.
Is it behind red?
Yeah, but it's to me it's north, and therefore she's only coming across. So it's
that's hard.
Okay, it's distance now. I mean, she got the angle.
Yeah.
It's just distance. All she needs to worry about now on this shot.
It would have been a lot easier.
It would have absolutely.
to go into an awkward situation.
Just a little bit hard. So she can cut it a little bit, but she's going to have to be doing a takeoff from behind the hoop to get position at the hoop. So sometimes we have to speak a little quietly because the players are only a couple of yards from us. That turned. That really turned. You could see it, yeah. I mean, it was still going to be a little bit probably.
I
Well,
think
perhaps
it
not,
no,
but it did turn terribly.
if it had slipped past the leg of the hoop, it would have been good.
It would have been good, yeah. But it did turn quite dramatically. You can actually see it. Now you can actually see the hill down, can't you?
Yeah. Oh, I can't. I don't see hills.
I can see it quite dramatic. Yeah. It goes up and then goes down.
Without wishing to say I told you so, that all arose because she never got the rush down to red.
Oh, no, absolutely.
I promise I'm not gloating.
No. No, I agree. The rush to red was what you wanted,
Yeah.
you know. But sometimes you don't always get.
It was
what you
almost
want.
more important than getting the black up to 3. Because from down here she couldn't.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely, yeah. No, because I mean, if she'd done that takeoff well, then it was okay. But
Well, yeah, but we both know a takeoff to a hoop from 4 meters is always going to be
I meant
dicey.
a takeoff from yellow to red.
Yeah. But again, I mean, as I said, she was only really 3 foot out.
That's right.
Over 15 meters.
Yep.
And it made all the difference.
So anyway, she's taken her ball out of play, put it down into corner 1, and Beatrice has got a near shot on black. Yep, and she hits black beautifully. Unfortunately, she hasn't got a lot on the lawn.
Well, she's got a difficult takeoff to get behind red.
Yep.
You might be right this.
Little acorn there or something.
Stop.
Yeah.
That ball's been rushed very well down towards hoop 5. It's not perfect. Yeah, it did flick it slightly sideways.
Yep.
For those of you that don't know, the United Lawns are in Hagley Park, and they're surrounded by trees. And in the centre of the lawns are a couple of fairly major specimens.
Major, yeah. Big trees.
And yeah, they're big trees, but they also drop stuff around.
The roots ever become a slight issue here.
Well, I think they certainly affect the lawns on the other side of us.
So Debbie has just stuck in 3 back with Brown the other side. And
Beatrice has played a slight takeoff/split and got in front of hoop 5, but at an angle and a little, about 3 foot back, I would say.
Yeah.
And she's made that
it
very
beautifully.
comfortably. Gone some distance down the lawn. Has to shoot back at red, which shouldn't be an issue, but
Oh no, she missed that. Why didn't she? Sorry.
Oh,
I'm sorry, Bonnie. Just missed the ball in the hoop from about 6 inches. Hit the wire.
So now Beatrice has got an awkward shot because she has a hoop in the way of getting down to black.
Very
she's
awkward
going
shot,
to,
isn't it?
well, she's going to have to roll both balls down with
Yeah.
red going to one back and hopefully getting...
Or it's in the same direction, just about in the same direction.
Yeah.
Really. You don't want to
Yeah.
split this. You want to keep
Not
going.
really, because you'll end up collecting the hoop.
Yeah, she did go fairly wide.
Done that. She's left with a 5 metre, 6 metre shot.
She could have had another choice there. Just taken off blue and done the split from blue.
Yeah. She's missed that shot.
If she'd gone to blue,
And
it would have been a much easier shot to get to black.
well, she'd have only had one thing to achieve as well.
Right, and not get button.
Yeah, she could have put red where it is now, but gone over to blue.
Or just taken off from blue. Taken off from red and just gone to blue and then split
Mm.
the two. You know.
Well, I don't know. I think she would have been. She could have still loaded one back with red, but gone across to blue, and
Yeah,
then
yes, true. Yes,
and then with it, then
and
all she had
take
to
off-
achieve was a take
from
off
there.
to black.
Yeah. But she didn't look at that, and I think sometimes when you've got a difficult situation, she had being behind the hoop, she should have looked at the other options
Yeah.
on the lawn.
Yeah. Because the shot is easier if you've only got to achieve one thing.
Yep.
So Miranda's going
Back.
black slightly wide on.
Wide. She didn't. Yes, she didn't actually go for the blue. She went took a wide position. So the state of play at the moment is Miranda is Rover and 2, and Beatrice is 6 and 2.
And it looks like Beatrice is going very wide on the line.
On the east
Across
boundary, about just below peg height.
So there'd be a temptation here for Miranda to just roll over to 1.
You mean to 2?
No, with blue ball,
She's on 2.
is that not?
Yep.
Hmm, sorry, I'm colourblind.
Yep.
Apparently.
Remember, we were thinking she might have been able to finish on the turn. She only got the one hoop though, and then.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
So I think was exactly what she will do is to approach the hoop from here. Only trouble is it is Red's hoop. That's the only
Yes, and red hasn't got an impossible shot.
No, exactly. She's just going to set up. She does get a lot out of this if red shoots and misses at yellow. She's,
But I'm assuming yellow will shoot here because
Yeah.
it's almost as much of an advantage to yellow as it is for red.
Yep, absolutely, and it gives Miranda a lot less
Yeah.
if she shoots yellow at red and not the other way around.
Yes, from here, if Beatrice were to play yellow and hit red, then really she can come across, load one back and get a rush across to 6. Beatrice is skinned past the red.
Yep.
So
Miranda continue with
Miranda's-
her break. She has now a dolly rush to hoop 2.
and presumably she'll try and engineer a rush across to red.
Yep.
Load 4 and use red to make hoop 3.
She might even get the rush down to yellow.
Well, that's a possibility.
Don't know what the situation is of the players for lunch, whether they're entitled to break at a certain time.
Don't know. It's going to be close.
Oh.
Yes.
Bonnie's just hit in a 25
Oh,
yarder.
all of that.
Yeah, well, 20.
All of that.
She's such a good shot, though. isn't
Yes, she is. Although she's had a few hoops get in the way today.
Yes, she has. Anyway, Miranda has rushed it nicely in front of hoop 2. Little stop shot. And she's looking for a little control on this hoop, so she gets her rush, which she has to red, I think.
Probably red. Cut rush to yellow, but
Or
red.
cut rush to yellow, yeah. She does rush well, I have to say. It's a very relaxed rush too. Isn't
Mm.
it?
Well, she's very quick with her shot.
Very
really.
quick.
She
Oh,
doesn't,
she
she doesn't
doesn't hang
waste a
around.
lot of
No,
time.
Not at all. No, she's a very steady player. She doesn't.
She doesn't cast.
No, she
either,
doesn't cast.
Which is
No.
another terrible time wasting. She hasn't really got the opportunity to do much with black. She's just got to
No,
get the
just-
rush on red.
Yeah, important thing is just get the rush on red.
Yeah.
She's done. She can probably cut it up,
Cuttable,
yeah.
but
See how she approached it from to the correct. That's a lovely cut. That really is beautiful.
and nice pace too,
Nice pace too. Yeah.
because she can.
No, that's been a feature of her game here is her touch and getting the right and the distances. She really has got the feel of the lawn beautifully.
And it gives it the opportunity to put red
Yep.
over the other side and then...
Yep.
Difficult with these hoops to go for a specific position
Yeah.
through a hoop.
So the two
It's nice, isn't it?
these two matches on this lawn, which is quite interesting, is that they will the two winners will play each other in the quarters, which is rather looking like Debbie playing Miranda, which are the 4th and 5th seeds.
We've got a sparrow paying us attention. Unnecessarily, I might add. It's a seriously good rush, Bonnie. She's for hoop 2.
So Miranda is splitting this, sending red to 5 and getting a rush on black, which she's done pretty well.
She may well rush that to yellow.
Don't think so.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, you're right. She didn't quite get into the corner.
When a ball on the line's a very useful thing for rushing to.
I thought she was actually pointing at 4 from where I was.
No, because that black wasn't very far off the line.
No, that's true.
She thinks it's the mallet. Miranda's ball didn't go ideally where she wants it, and
She's got a beautiful rush, though.
Oh, well, assuming she's not out.
I know, beautiful. No?
No, glorious.
Lovely take off into the corner to get her rush to hoop 4.
Yeah, the rush wasn't quite as good as...
It looked like it was.
It looked perfect, but hasn't quite gone the way she saw it.
No, but she's still got the right side of the hoop, which is always useful. Yep, pretty nice
Nicely in
approach.
front. Yep.
So she'll
And
probably
she's got it deep again, which
yeah,
she
she's got
seems to
deep again.
favour.
Yeah, she does. Absolutely favours, and she realised that it's the best way to run these hoops is right through to the
Smash them.
boundary. Yeah, smash them. Yeah, but accurately.
And as it happens, it gives her a nice rush up to red. I'm not sure whether she'll attempt to pull black into this break.
I'm always personally happy to play the 3-ball break and not to
Yeah, I don't
try
mind.
and
See, but
pull
she's-
off some
she's-
weird shot to get my black
She's
ball in
4
play.
and short.
Mm.
Fallen short with blue, so she's not had an easy approach to hoop 5. But
So she's taken off. It's gone a little bit too far, I think. It looks quite angled.
See what she
doesn't
does
look
with
like
it.
it's runnable to me. She's,
she's-
no, it's not, and she's going back to
She's bailing out.
going back to her own ball, going back to black. She will then still have a rush to hoop 5, and red is north of 5, and yellow is south of 6. Oh, that'll be a 10-yard shot, would you think?
Give or take.
Yeah.
It's
So
quite a gettable shot, but
it is, but it's
presumably she would then go back to blue and black, and she's got a very long rush down to red's hoop at 2. She's actually looking at the blue and black right now.
well, it gives her a lot
which-
if she hits, doesn't it?
Yeah,
And
it
that's
gives
the
her a
same
lot
thing,
if she
you know.
hits.
And actually shooting at yellow isn't a great option. So
Not
so
really,
why not
no.
shoot at the balls? It's going to
Mm.
give you the most if you do hit. And she has.
she
She's hit the
has.
blue. So now she's got a nice ball in
Got
field
an
here.
introduction to, and the ability to bring.
Yep, black
Black.
in. Yep. May even be a cannon. No.
Now she really wants to rush this slightly past yellow,
Absolutely.
but about peg high.
Yeah, that doesn't look a
And
bad
that'll
position.
do it.
Yep, that looks pretty good. I think then you're basically just
Yeah.
a pretty straight shot to send black to 3 and get your rush on yellow.
So the important thing here is the rush on yellow, and she's got that nicely.
Wouldn't do one to black quite so deep.
Black's
myself,
not quite so good, but
Yep, she's rushed that nicely in front. Oh, just a little bit further, but anyway, it's still
no,
good.
and again with the opportunity of putting her in a position to rush it down to blue, load 4, and then bring blue right down to black.
She nearly collided with the green ball.
Obviously, she wasn't expecting to rush the ball in that direction.
No.
And given how hard she hit it, I suspect she was attempting to get down to blue.
Yep. Yeah, it's a bit of a no man's land where she's ended up.
Well,
It's not too bad.
It's not too bad. She's
No.
got a takeoff down to black.
Or even
She could go to blue and push it infield a bit.
the only trouble with that is if you fall short, then you've got to
Well,
take off
yeah,
back to
all of that.
to black, haven't you?
She's obviously backing herself, though,
Yeah.
Nelson.
Oh, yep. Good on her. Looks like it's going to.
Big takeoff.
Hmm?
It's going to be a big takeoff.
It'll be a huge takeoff.
And with only 2 metres to work with at the other end. Fortuitous.
So very fortuitous myself. And
But you didn't say it.
Beatrice
So that
gives
Beatrice
us a
could
little
hear it.
shrug, saying that the gods are looking favourably on her. You've got to take every bit of luck you can
I
get
did
in
notice
this
you
game.
didn't make a comment about the pace of that.
I didn't like to.
In hindsight, I don't know that an awful lot was achieved by going down to the blue.
No.
She would have had a much easier approach to black from where yellow was.
Exactly. Anyway, she's nicely through hoop 3. Now I've got to row
And now
the black.
you would rush yellow down to blue if you get the opportunity. Because the really good players, Nelson, they always get these rushes, don't they? Like from here, it's not a difficult prospect to put black to 5 and get a rush on yellow down to blue. And a short rush into your hoop is way more controllable than a longer rush.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beatrice is just waiting for Debbie to
Beatrice
clear
had a-
hoop 5.
Beatrice had a bit of a more difficult draw because she's actually the 9th seed and she's playing the 5th seed.
Who's this,
in the
sorry?
round of 16, Beatrice.
Yeah.
So she's 9th seed, and she's having to play the 5th in the round of 16, which really should be.
No, are you sure she's...
She's ninth
yeah.
seed.
Yeah.
She's 9th seed, and so she should have really been playing the 8th seed in the round of 16.
Yeah, can't remember. I've got to re-picture that somehow in my
Right.
mind too.
Yeah. Well, we were saying we were talking about earlier that where you finished.
So
in
she
your-
has rushed that ball down into number 4 corner
Yep.
quite nicely
Yep.
and should be able to get a good position to go to hoop 4.
Yep. No, if she'd got the
The right marble had come up.
the 8th seed, she would have been having Alison Robinson to play,
Ah,
which would have been a little bit easier than Miranda.
less pleasurable. I didn't say that.
Yes, I think I think the seeds were she was 9th seed, and
But in her group, wasn't she 2nd seed? And would have expected
but-
to be in the 4th to 8th area if things had gone to original seedings.
if they had, but unfortunately after the blocks,
Yeah.
they were put back into ranking order,
Oh,
and she
yeah.
dropped below Alison.
Oh,
Alison
right.
went above her. So if the seeding had gone as per the blocks and not as and the results from the blocks were not taken into account, she would have been the 8th seed and not the 9th.
Oh, right.
So the
Here's
seed,
another example of
that's
what
good
we're
though.
saying.
But no, it's good because basically the results from the blocks were taken into consideration. and Alison did finish second in her block, and
Right.
and Beatrice did finish third.
So presumably the rankings are adjusted after block play.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
they
they do have some significance.
right.
And like Bonnie, I mean, she jumped. She was like about 19th seed in the blocks, but she finished 13th.
Yeah.
So she jumped up quite a bit.
Yes.
So otherwise, if Bonnie wouldn't have been playing no, she came to 13th. That's right. So that's why she was the top of the block of 13 to 16.
Mm.
Yet she finished actually second equal in her block.
Mm. Is there any move at all to, rather than have playoffs for people that have had the same number of wins in a block, to just use...
It's only for the fourth place.
Yes,
You know,
I know, but...
It's not for if you like if two of you finish on 6 for the second and third, that doesn't really matter. So it's
No.
only for
but
who qualifies for the knockout.
Is there any move at all to use hoop differential?
No, and I hope there never is. I think that would be a terrible way of deciding who gets into a knockout. You know, losing a game, 26-0 or 26-25. I'm sorry.
Now, Beatrice has just run hoop 5 and landed very, very nicely in front of hoop 6, which I suspect she's fairly lucky to have achieved, because she was...
No, I think to decide who qualifies and who doesn't on net points would be a terrible way of deciding it. It's much better that that you have to go out and win your game to actually qualify for the knockout.
So Beatrice made hoop 5 extraordinarily well and went way past her pioneer balls. But as it happened, ended up right in front of her next hoop. So has been able to use the pioneer for that ball to
This
get back under
turn
control.
has gone. The gods have certainly been looking at it,
That's
looking after
real.
her. In this, I mean, she hit the hoop coming up to hoop 3 when it would have gone off the lawn, and then she managed to go right through and end up in front of hoop 6. So sometimes, luck
plays a part.
it does.
But you often make your own luck.
Yeah. Who said that? Was that Tiger Woods?
Probably. No, I think might have been John McEnroe, actually.
Right.
What did he say something about the more I play, the luckier I get?
Yes. Yeah.
It's going to end up in the way. Oh no, hold on. We've got a bit of an hiatus here because the white ball is not stuck in hoop 2 in one back, but didn't run it. And that's where Beatrice wishes to come to hit down to. So Bonnie's going straight through the middle.
So Debbie's coming back on to complete the running of one back. No, she's not.
That's 4 back. No, where's Pink's on 4 back. Righto.
Well done. Interesting play there by Debbie. She basically decided to play the pink ball, which is 4 back, and White had not quite run one back, so she bounced it through. So now White has actually run one back, and
She's avoided the lift.
and she's avoided the lift, but she'll be making another lift on 4-back.
Gotta get there first.
It's all right. Debbie just tried to kill me.
Just been attacked by the pink ball.
So going back to the other game, Beatrice has rushed black north of 1-back, and now she's approaching the hoop from the correct side.
So she's currently got a very good pioneer at 2-back. She's right in
Cindy
front.
and Alison have just finished their first game on time. 4 hours.
That'd be right.
Ooh, that did
Snuck through.
It did snuck through, but it certainly gripped it. It actually like spun on the air.
Yeah.
I'm going to watch that again just with the delay here. It'll be interesting to see how that ball reacts.
Sort of went through as an afterthought, really, didn't it?
Just watching it. Ooh, it
Yeah.
really gripped it. Yep. So the forward acceleration on that certainly put that ball through the hoop, but it was a very tight hoop.
More interestingly, where's the white clip?
On 2-back. She did not. You see what she did there?
No, it's not there yet.
The white clip.
Because she's achieved it in this turn. She hasn't put it back on. She didn't quite run, and so basically she sorry, that was Ian Lyons. Just wants to know how his wife was doing, and so Beatrice managed to hit that after calling a referee because she had a slightly hampered shot after 1-back. She now has
She's gone a bit
far, but
again.
it's not a disaster because she's got such a good pioneer at 2-back.
Exactly.
If she didn't have such a good pioneer at 2-back, then it wouldn't been. In this way, she can just leave the blue ball there and take off to her nice pioneer at 2-back.
So she'll just tap the yellow.
Yep. I think Beatrice will be very happy that she's perhaps making a leave. First time in this match.
Well, she'd be happy she's getting some time on the lawn.
Yeah, absolutely.
'Cause it's been pretty sparse for her up to now. Through 2-back, and with a good ball at 3-back.
She's now waiting on Debbie, who is approaching Rover. So at the end of this turn, Debbie should be on peg and 2-back. And Bonnie has still only run 1 hoop in this game as well. As we said earlier, These are timed matches, best of 3, 4 hours for the first game, 3 for the second and 3 for the third.
And if you don't use all the time in any one game, and in this case the first game was played in somewhat less than 3 hours, that time accumulates and is available, so that overall you've got 10 hours to play 3 games.
That's right. And both of these first games did finish before the 4 hours. So this second game is 3 hours, or may even be 4 hours in total.
Now Beatrice looks as though she's also going to go and make 4 back, which I don't quite understand personally.
No, I don't either. I don't think that's a good tactic at this stage.
So she's rushed blue down so that she can make sure she gets a good rush on black.
Unless she's looking at peeling Rover and pegging her out, but I think at this late stage it's not going to be an easy thing to achieve.
Well, I guess while Miranda's still got a number of hoops to make with her back ball, it could be a tactic.
Miranda's on 5, isn't she, with her blue ball?
No, isn't she on? Miranda's on 2 back with blue. Oh, where are we?
No, 5, isn't she?
5, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I'm thinking of the other game. Oh no! And she's just blobbed
But again, she's hit
3
it very
back.
gently. I mean, these hoops.
See, I would have thought she needed to hit it a little bit firmly if she was going to push black across to Rover.
Absolutely. She just hit that very. You watch it now. I'm watching it on because we've got this delay here. We can actually see it again on the screen, and she really hit it very, very gently. Look, yep, and actually she hit the wire too. So Miranda is now back on the lawn. She has got lots of choices, lots of options.
I imagine she'll hit red out of the hoop.
I would think so.
Having said that, she's not.
Has she got it direct rush?
It may be she may have to go through the hoop to get to it. And it's difficult for us to see where the ball is.
Looking at the replay there, well, not replay, but the delay there, the ball didn't actually, it bounced back from the
Yeah,
hoop, so I
that's
don't
what
think
I'm
it was in the
wondering.
hoop.
Yeah.
She had to actually run the hoop to hit it, I think. So she's going to use yellow to rush to 5 to make her hoop off yellow.
She's got that very nicely. I'm just wondering whether red's available to rush to 5 at all.
It's hard to tell from here, but I think it would be quite difficult actually, because even though she didn't go through it, I think it's still quite close to the.
Looks like she's going down there.
Looks like she's going down there. You're dead right.
I'm just wondering why she's playing the yellow here. Well, I guess we'll see, but she's trying, obviously.
Oh,
Well done.
Well done.
She's
So
used
she-
it to shift
wa-
red.
We watch this again on the delay, and she's using yellow to flick the red ball out, so that it will actually rush to hoop 5.
That was a pretty clever shot, that.
Real James Death shot. Brilliant, absolutely
Unable,
beautiful. That was
unable to
that was
comment, really, but
that was a beautiful shot.
it
Really
was, really, yeah.
Yep, and she runs 5 beautifully.
Slightly too beautifully, really.
Yes. But she's such a good shot that
Well, it's not that, it's just
it's
the
the
rush is
just-
the wrong way.
yeah, it just doesn't worry her at all. That sort of
If she'd stopped the other side of red, it would have made life a lot simpler. She's not happy with that.
She'd probably use yellow now, I should think.
Well, I imagine she was always going to.
Yes, yeah.
Well, not always, but once
No.
she'd gone past red.
Yeah.
But I think she was trying to rush it down to 2 back.
Yep. So I think Debbie and Bonnie have decided to stop for lunch
All right.
because it is now 1 o'clock, and certainly our stomachs are telling us.
I was going to say, this isn't our lunches.
No, we get supplied with some other lunch. So after lunch, we'll try and give you some updates on some of the other matches. We'll get some information on them.
Now, Miranda's got a perfect rush behind yellow to come down to black
Yep.
and set a ball up at 2 back,
Yep.
at 1 back rather.
Yep.
Though the rush hasn't, she's just made it about as awkward as she could in the
Yep.
circumstances.
Yes, if we'd just gone a little bit further north, it would be a lot easier.
Well, if she'd hit it straighter. But I'm sure she can retrieve the situation. Just needs a good cut.
Yep.
She's gone for the relative safety.
So Miranda's cut it down to approach hoop 6. Which she's done very well.
And again, given herself the room to load 2 back. In fact, my guess is she'll rush this down to red, load it, and then come back. It probably didn't go the way she thought it would. So Nelson, what's her next plan of attack here? Roll black to 2 back and go down to red?
Yes. There's no harm in that at all.
No, I mean the alternatives are split across to yellow,
why
but it's a
not
big.
just go to red? You know,
yeah.
it's just and if she doesn't get beyond it, she can just take off.
Mm.
If she managed to get the rush, all for the better. You know.
I would say that had she been hoping for anything there, she'd have liked to have rushed black into peeling position.
So she didn't get beyond red, which is probably what she wanted to do. But at least she can move
But
it out of the position where she can actually do a takeoff to get up to yellow, which is much easier now.
So from her point of view now, she'd be thinking about the black peel.
Yeah,
and perhaps putting it in, brushing it across after making 2-back,
Yep.
and going to the ball at 3-back while she's peeling.
Yeah, if she can get a rush down out there and send this ball to. Of course, the other option, of course, is to actually make 2-back off red and get black into makes the peel much easier.
Would actually, yeah.
Very nice.
Well, she's done that so well. That's at least the second time she's used that.
Yep. So if she
And
sends yellow to
The 3-back.
and get the rush on black to red,
Yeah.
and then she can stop shot that back in front of Rover and get her rush on red to.
Well, I think she could actually rush black into peeling position. No, she's going to red.
No. Oh, she hasn't. No, she hasn't done it the way I would have. She's.
I'd have thought she could have rushed black into peeling position, had a go as she went to red.
No, I don't think it was worth that. I think that you have the chance of then ruining your break. I think it's too early for that. But if she'd taken the rush on the black and sent that down, she could easily got the rush on the red too, and that will make the peel a lot easier. So now she's got to concentrate on actually getting the rush out of the 2-back.
Yeah, that's right.
Harder thing to do.
Shot.
That wasn't very good.
It's a couple of shots that have gone a little bit awry. It's gone.
Okay.
She's okay. It's gone slightly
And
to
if
the right.
if she can clip the left-hand wire and shoot out that way, she might have her rush. Look out, that shot through.
How on earth did it get through? She must have hit that left leg really thickly.
Wow. I mean, look where that ended up. That's crazy, isn't it?
That hoop must be getting wider.
Must be getting wider. Yeah, I think they need to check the hoops.
So she'll load 4-back here. So it's going to be a peel as she's making Rover, is my guess now.
Yep. She may not even be considering it. She may just be happy to get round and leave a nice leave and.
They don't record single peels. So.
They don't know, or even double peels. And they're not even triple peels if you don't peg out.
Well, it's not a triple peel if you don't peg out.
Well, you've done the 3 peels.
Yeah, but
no, I agree.
I think the term triple peel requires a peg out, Nelson.
Yes, I had someone do that at a tournament. And I said, but you didn't peg out. He said, yeah, but I did the 3 peels. I said, sorry,
Tough buns.
That's tough. It doesn't count. They used to have something called the New Zealand triple. It was when you actually did the 3 peels, but they weren't on the same turn.
Yes. I think in the last Worlds in the UK in 2013, didn't Aiken do a sextuple, but he forgot to peel 3-back? His opponent conceded.
Actually, I think even Reg Bamford did that against Phil Cordingley at Hurlingham once, and
is that right?
And Phil never noticed, and all the crowd was sitting there, saying he missed one of the peels. I think on a sex shoot he missed the 3-back peel. I think it was.
Yeah, it's very nice length on yellow.
playing very steadily.
I think red's in a good position so that if she comes out of black,
Yep.
she can put the black up to the rover.
Yep. Yeah, she's got red nicely, so she can actually send black to rover. Not that I enjoy. I mean, it's not great to be actually peeling your own ball, when at rover when you're looking also for a.
I find
out.
myself often in that situation, whether
Yes, I
it's
know,
the right one or not.
And the things that can go wrong, you could write a book on it. Referee required. She's now got a hampered shot, blue onto black.
Thank you very much. Oh, here comes Graham. Graham's not in the first flush of youth. Graham, is he? Are you sure?
I played Graham in the final of the New Zealand Junior about
430 years
more
ago.
than 50 years ago.
Good Lord.
Yep.
So, no, I won't. That's not the kind of question we need to ask while we're broadcasting. So I thought you and I are about the same age.
Yeah.
And I've always thought of Graham as being quite a bit older than me.
No, he's a year younger. No, we're the same year, and Graham's a year younger than us.
All right. So
Yeah,
there goes
she's done that very nicely, shooting black down to
black down, and she's got
to
it on the
rover where
right
it's,
side of the hoop,
oh,
and
she's got it
pretty well dead in
beautifully,
front.
Absolutely beautiful. Gone to her, hit the red ball at the same time. It doesn't matter. So she can now come over to her nice pioneer at Penalt. If Miranda finishes this turn, she will be the first, I think, first player to complete the best of three.
Well, given that we're unaware of the other games, however.
Well, as far as I can see, I see that there's no other matches have finished.
So she's going to rush yellow down towards the line here so that she's got enough room to put it up past rover and get a rush on the red ball up to black.
Put it where? Where are you putting yellow?
Well, yellow will go down past rover.
Does it need to?
I think so. You want an escape ball down there, Nelson.
Well, you can use red.
Well, you want two escape balls down there.
I suppose, there's no harm in putting another one down there.
Well, sometimes you've got to jump the ball in the hoop.
Yep.
And it'll go deep.
Goes deep.
I'd have said potentially she wanted that down towards the line, but
the most important thing was to get the rush on red.
it is, yes.
Now she can put that very nicely, in a usable position.
She got yellow for an escape if she just goes through the hoop.
True. Yeah, and she can put that red deeper.
Yeah. And she's got a nice rush. So she's got to get the angle of this dead right and the distance, and it's gone wrong.
But she didn't even.
I don't think she even tried.
She didn't try it. She didn't take any time over that shot at all, did she?
It almost looks as though she's trying to put it in the hoop. No, she's not.
No, she didn't even attempt.
No. All our thoughts for nothing.
Well, absolutely. And I thought she had it so beautifully there, but she didn't even I don't think she even looked at
Considered
doing
it.
appeal there.
Mm. Unless the shot just went horribly wrong.
Well, why did she hit it so hard? She could just.
Well, no, I think the distance was about right, but the angle.
I thought she only just had to clip it slightly, you know.
So our lunch is delayed yet again, Nelson.
Oh, I think they should delay for lunch.
I think she's going to put yellow in the hoop by the looks.
Yes. So Miranda's now making a leave. She's put the yellow ball in the jaws of Rover, which is Miranda's black ball hoop.
She's ignored all our advice to peel Rover, and is presumably setting up for lunch.
Let's hope so. I think a few of the lawns are.
I think
At the moment. No, there's no play on lawn 1. One of the games is not being played on lawn 2.
I think
games on this lawn's not being played.
lawn 6 is that's just starting the second game.
Yeah, and the other game's not in play.
So Miranda's just organising a rush to red on the basis that the yellow ball will be picked up, and it'll give her an opportunity to finish the game. So Beatrice now she will lift yellow, and she just has, and it looks as though she's going to shoot down the line at Miranda's 2 balls.
So they're not breaking for lunch.
No, I think Miranda can see the finish.
Yeah, but if Beatrice hits this,
exactly. Not quite sure. She's coming up to look at the black.
no, she's coming to mark
Oh,
pink
these
and,
2 balls,
and,
yes.
and white. She could just put them on the line. She doesn't even need to mark.
Well,
They're both line balls, Beatrice. Yeah.
They both need to be marked though, because where do you put them?
Yeah.
If she misses.
No, but I mean, just mark the line.
Yeah. Looks like Jenny's just finished a game behind us.
A match or a game?
A game. Well, I don't know about match, but certainly a game.
Are they shaking hands?
So
Jenny has just beaten Dallas Cook in the first match.
right. This is coming out to the right.
That's match over. Plus 25 in the second game. So Jenny is the first qualifier for the quarterfinals. Jenny Clark.
Where's Miranda gone?
She's just coming out.
Oh, right. I was thinking breaking for lunch now wouldn't be the ideal.
No, not for Miranda, but Beatrice, I would have. We're coming up for 5 hours, aren't we? Since we
What is the time?
coming 20 past 1. Yeah, coming up 5
Oh.
hours. Yeah.
4.5. We didn't.
No,
would have been.
They started
No, would have been at least.
about 9:15. They started after the warm up.
So the blue's been rushed very well past red. It can be now put into the middle of the lawn and with a rush on red to Rover and hopefully, well, not hopefully, but potentially the finish of the game.
If you're thinking about your
I'm
stomach.
thinking about my lunch. She's got a nice rush.
Nice rush to
and
Rover.
That looks like a
Looks
good
pretty
pace.
good. Yep, nice pace. So Miranda is approaching a Rover.
I thought she'd put that.
Me too.
Thought she'd put it on the other
I thought
side.
she would have put the ball on the other
personally.
side.
But if she goes right through, she's got a.
And the way the ball came out, actually, it ended up the side she wanted.
Not too bad, really, but
But it could have been. Yep,
But she's got
pretty good.
a
rush
good
on the corner.
Roki across.
Now just a takeoff to get a rush on the blue to the peg. To have the second match of the day finish. That means we will have 2 New Zealanders in the quarterfinals.
Yep.
Bit short on her takeoff.
Yeah. Slightly more difficult peg out than she was looking for.
Yeah, she could have gone very deep there. I mean,
Mm. She still shouldn't miss it from there, but stranger things have happened.
she must be. She's not looking at trying to peg out.
Well, she can peg out towards corner 2.
No, good. Yellow's there.
Oh, yeah. Haven't seen that. No,
Oh, she
that's-
cut that beautifully. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Don't know what she was stamping her feet for.
No. Always looking for perfection.
For those of you that are unaware of the form of the game or don't know the game, in order to finish the game, she has to hit the peg with both balls.
Not at the same time.
Not at, well, you can do it at the same time,
Well,
but
very difficult at the same time.
but she has 2 shots in
Yeah.
which to do it. So the
And
croquet
it's
shot.
more the habit in New Zealand to call a referee on at this stage, whereas in England they don't tend to do that.
When I started playing, every peg out, you called the referee, but that's changed.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Ian Lyons, who's been doing some refereeing at this tournament, has gone out to watch the peg.
And it's bang on.
Bang on, and also
with
with
both
back.
balls.
Congratulations.
Right, Nelson.
Well, I think we're going to leave you because lunch calls and we have nothing to watch on this lawn, and we'll come back with another game after lunch.
Cheers.
Cheers. see it up here. Kia ora. Good afternoon. We are back live again after a lunch, which was well needed. We are now watching the other game on Lawn 5, which is Debbie Lyons, England versus Bonnie Johnson. The state of play is that Debbie is for Rover and for 2 back. Bonnie is for 1 back and 2. But Debbie has just hit in with her white ball, which is for 2 back, and has a good chance of making a bit of a break. So you will notice from the scoreboard that it is the wrong coloured balls. It's the red and yellow and the black and blue, but we can't change that at the moment, so you'll just have to use your imagination that the green and brown are the blue and black, and the pink and white are the red and yellow. So Debbie's approaching hoop 2 back, sorry, with brown the other side. Did you have a good lunch, Peter?
I had lunch.
Lunch, good, yes.
I was pleased to get it, in fairness. 4.5 hours or whatever it is, 5 hours since...
we started this commentary, yep.
Yeah. So Debbie now really... she's on the peg with pink.
Yeah, she's on the peg with pink, and she's now got a,
I would say she's got a good opportunity here to finish the game.
Yep.
I mean, she's not got a great ball for 3 back, but she can fix that.
Yep. She can.
And it looks.
She's got a good rush on green. She can rush that right to the
right to the
east
line.
boundary. Yep. So at the moment, 2 of the matches have finished. Jenny Clark has won her round of 16 match, and so has Miranda Chapman. So there are 2 Kiwis in the last 8. The other 6 matches are still going on. In the other matches, Alison Sharp won the first game. Alison Robinson won the first game. Heather Knight won the first game, and Lorna Derwent won the first game. So they're all in game 2.
A number of the games have gone to time.
They have.
Which is 4 hours for the first game. So they're in for the long haul. So Debbie's now got a rush to 3 back, which has gone pretty well, really.
Yep. I mean, Debbie is a really a top-class player. She represented the United Kingdom in 1996 at the McRobertson Shield, which is probably the pinnacle of AC Croquet. And I think she's the only female other than Jenny Clark who has played in the McRobertson Shield since the 70s.
Beginning of time.
Yeah, since the 70s, I think.
Seriously?
Mm. She was Debbie Cornelius at that time, not Debbie Lyons.
That's right. Jenny Clark playing in the 70s. That's 50 years ago.
No, I said that Jenny Clark's the only woman who has played in a MAC since the 70s, other than Debbie Lyons.
Oh, right.
I think the last one before that was probably Jean Jardine.
Oh, yeah.
From New Zealand. I'm not sure about that. Also, someone has corrected us on the quote about the more the play, the luckier I get. It was Gary Player, and not John McEnroe or Tiger Woods. So she's going to send her pink ball to Penalt and go to Brown, which is at Rover, and get a rush on Brown to Green, which is
it's
about as perfect as you can get, really, isn't it?
Yep.
I think I'd be very happy with that shot.
Slight cut rush to Green.
Yep, slight cut. But so it's a finish is looking very likely here.
It looks like she's putting up a backup Pioneer. To
Yep.
Penalt.
Or she's just going to put it midfield here, so she can gives her something to send Green.
Just
to
looking
three
how
back.
she's playing it, I think it's going to go right into the
Yeah.
hoop.
Well, it's a good position where she can actually send Green to Rover, going to Brown or going to pink.
Quite often on fast lawns, it's worth double loading.
Yep. But the lawns aren't that fast,
Depends where you've come from, Nelson. It depends where you've come from.
Yeah, I wouldn't call these fast lawns. Nice pace. So the sun hasn't really come out today. It's still quite cloudy. But I don't think we're going to get any rain, or hopefully not. But I think the next few days there's probably going to be a lot more sun, which will hopefully quicken up the lawns.
Nelson still got a ski jacket on, but once you get out from under the trees, it's not unpleasant.
So Debbie has got through that hoop, but has now got a hampered shot. So she's now calling for a referee, which is Graham Roberts. The referee of the tournament is coming on to referee.
I'm still concerned that you'd tell me he's younger than us.
We've just worn better. She looks like she's going to do a sweep shot, which basically, when you have no backswing, you can go down and you can sweep the ball along, and you're basically pulling the ball in. So you're going on an arc.
You're also utilising the leg of the hoop to.
Yeah. Yep, and she nicked it. But you know, make sure that she doesn't put any of her arms on her body, which that would be a fault. But she can use the hoop to run the base of her mouth along.
Yeah.
So Green will go to Rover and go to Brown initially.
Yep.
Yep.
You can see there that she's sort of tempering the shots. She's not bouncing that hard. Like she's not pushing it hard.
No.
At all.
She has a very good swing, though, Debbie. I mean, even though she's, people say, oh, you need to be,
I'm not
big, strong enough. It's all about the swing. And if you just watch Debbie, or if you watch Gabrielle, they're both very of slight build, yet they have, powerful, a lot of power on these shots.
And again, she's effectively double-loaded Rover.
Yep, absolutely.
She's not going to miss this one, surely.
No.
touch wood.
But that fallback obviously is quite a tight hoop because she's, I think, about 3 times
This
I've
is
seen
the
her
third
make
time.
Yeah, that she's only just got through the
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, she's hit it quite
Quite
firmly.
firmly, absolutely. So she's now got 2 balls at her last hoop. She can send pink back towards the peg, and it really should be elementary here. When this match finishes, we will change to another lawn and probably will look at some other of the nationalities playing. I think we might move to an Australian-Scottish match.
Aren't we going over?
No.
Aren't we going over there?
No, we're going this way. we have to be fair to all the nationalities playing.
Of course we do.
We've had 2 Kiwis and 2 English, so now we should have an Australian and a Scot.
There are, apart from England, Ireland, and Wales, and Scotland.
Yep.
There's players from New Zealand, the US, and
Australia.
New Zealand, and Australia. None of the other nations have come through. Are there not female players in a lot of those places, or? And I imagine in Latvia, and I've got a.
There's not much AC. There are a lot of lady players, but they play golf croquet. They don't.
Right.
There's very little AC played in a lot of the European countries. I mean, you've got South Africa. They have quite a few AC female players.
Mm-hmm. So I mean, in
So
the
really,
last World Champs, there have been players from Japan and Latvia and Sweden and the like.
I think it's obviously the location. Yes, and Debbie has pegged out, and congratulations, Debbie. She's going to shake Bonnie Johnson's hand. So that puts, now we have 2 Kiwis and 1 English in the last 8. Right, okay. I think we'll have a break for a moment and we'll swing the cameras onto another lawn. Thank you. Right, before we move to the other lawn, we're just going to give you a little rundown of the state of play on the other games. So I think just waiting for that to come up on the screen. So, okay, we have Debbie Lyons is now, something's happened.
Hasn't been updated
There
yet.
we are, yep. So, hasn't been updated yet. Yes, anyway, you see that Jenny Clark is qualified. In that, also that part of the draw, we've got Kerry Ann playing Lorna Derwent, which is the game we're going to go and watch presently. Lorna is 1 game ahead. Debbie and then Miranda has qualified, and she will now play Debbie Lyons. Alison Sharp is 1 game up against Cindy Clark. No, sorry, who was
Alison Robinson's playing Cindy.
Sorry, they've taken it off the screen again. Hello, Debbie. We've lost it off the screen again. Okay, we've now got the knockout draw in front of us. So we were talking about, so we know that Debbie is going to play Miranda. And in the other half of the draw, Alison Sharp is playing Marion McInnes from New Zealand, and Alison is one game ahead. Alison Robinson is one game ahead against Cindy Clark. Heather Knight is one game ahead against Claire Bassett in an All-Australian contest. And in the bottom half of the draw, Gabrielle Higgins is one game up against Shirley Howland.
Very little I can add to that. Now, Nelson, the other venues that they use in St James and
Cashmere.
Cashmere, how are the lawns comparably?
I don't know. I haven't been to either venue, so I don't know how they are, but I believe they're slower than here.
Yeah, that would be my experience, having I've played there before.
I mean, I played at Cashmere years ago, but I mean, it's a while since I've
St
played.
James is a little too lawn.
Two lawn. Yeah, I think
I'm sure I
Cashmere's
played there.
3, and I think St James is 2.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as I say, I think they're playing 2 blocks of the plate at Cashmere and 1 block of the plate
I've got a
at
feeling
St
if
James.
Cashmere, if you go through a little lane, there's a wonderful French bakery just down the
Oh,
end
really?
of the lane.
That's what sticks in your mind.
Oh,
is
yeah.
it? funny that, Peter. Right, so a little takeoff back to, well, not a little takeoff, a big
Yeah.
takeoff from back to get in front of 2 back.
All takeoffs are big unless they're within a foot of the
That's
law,
right,
of
yeah.
the hoop. Yeah. Well, she's
She's in front, and
4 or
she's
5
fairly
foot back,
Yeah,
but in front.
yeah, I think 4 foot. Yeah. The last time she played this, of course, it flicked out.
Mm.
This time she didn't touch a wire.
Touch anything. Did it go through, we
Yeah,
asked?
right through. Watch it here. Straight through.
Just looking at this Claire Bassett's playing with a Terminator. Is that correct?
No, it looks like a trimmer. Or is it a Terminator?
Oh,
I think you might be a Terminator, yeah.
Now, Lorna's just missed the return shot.
Oh. After me
I
saying
think.
what a good shot she was.
Yeah, I know. Well, I'm assuming it didn't tickle it. I thought I heard an ah.
Nope, she definitely missed. So Lorna moves to 3 back, and 1.
1.
So the score at the moment is 8-6.
With an hour to go.
Less than an hour to go, I think.
The trouble is that, there's been some low scores on the lawns, but really that had nothing to do with the lawns, that missing that shot.
Nothing at all. I think she was just so surprised at running the hoop so cleanly that she didn't really reset herself. And,
Yeah.
and we're all, we've all
guilty of that.
Guilty of that, You pull off a shot which you didn't expect to do, and then the next shot, which is 10 times easier, you fail it.
Yeah. Which goes to show that every single shot requires your full
Absolutely.
attention.
If you look at the top players, they give equal measure to the shot, whether it's 2 inches away or 20 yards away. It's like during the MAC, they had all the players give a piece of advice, And I was thinking, what would my piece of advice be? And I was I just concentrate on the small shots. So she's playing defensively here. She's putting the ball into corner 1.
And again, So Kerry Ann has rushed her ball to the line past 4. I'm mildly surprised that Lorna has put a ball into number 1 corner when in fact that's White's hoop. And while it's not a shot with a great possibility of success, it does actually give Kerry Ann a chance to at least have a go at it.
Yes, I'm just checking on the time, Peter.
Yeah.
They have 1 hour and 6 minutes left.
Right. So this is not a game with a high score.
No.
I was just commenting, Nelson, that Lorna's gone into corner 1.
Yep.
But it sort of sets up a chance for Kerry Ann to have a go.
Rolled out, yeah.
And given the closeness of the scores, every hoop's likely to count here.
Yep. I mean, corner 2 would have been a much better option because at least she would have a chance of actually then, having a shot at Brown, corner 2 to corner 3.
Well, you think in terms of this shot here, if she puts Green sufficiently forward, that there's a rush to Brown out of it. If she makes the hoop,
Absolutely.
then there's a real chance of progress. And if we've been a bit quiet, listeners, it's because Kerry's right beside us here.
She's played it fairly well. Just ran a little bit to the side.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a hoop running opportunity.
No, perhaps not.
Given that she's got an element of safety,
Yeah, and just
she can just go back to her own ball.
And she only overran it by really probably 1 run of the ball.
Well, I'd say no. There's about a foot in it from.
You think as much as that?
Yeah. From where I'm standing, but she's got the green in really a very useful position.
Yeah. Anyway, it's safe for her to go back home. She can go back and probably give herself a rush to
Pink's slightly infield.
Yep.
She's playing in.
Yeah, I guess she perhaps didn't want to give a double, but
I think she could have. Yeah. Who knows?
But she's got a rush to nowhere now.
Oh, a cut rush to 1, Nelson. A cut rush to 1.
I wouldn't call that a cut rush to 1 myself.
Well, it's one that if she missed it, she wouldn't go too far away from her own ball.
I mean, if she had given herself a perfect rush there, of course, it would make Lorna think, I'm going to go for that. Now, if she hasn't, it makes her think otherwise. Why she's going to look at the Brown, I have no idea. But
because she's 2 points ahead and time's running down. I think I'll be putting my ball just out of corner 3 here, the green ball. Although she's
somewhere where you're putting some pressure on her, running away somewhere very negatively doesn't put any pressure on her. So can she get in? Yes, I mean she can certainly get it.
No, she can certainly get into corner 3, but she's not doing that.
She's going
across the corner.
She does have quite a crooked string. You're quite right. I could see that from where I was sitting here. Anyway, I suppose she's at least now within striking distance of her own ball, which she wasn't before. But the problem is that where she's gone there is she doesn't really have a through shot. As you say, if she'd gone into the corner, she has a through shot.
Got something out of it.
So let's see how good Kerry Ann's cut is to hoop 1.
Look at
Oh, look at that. Oh, what do I know?
Nelson,
What do I know?
You doubted me. I
What
can't
do I
believe.
know?
I cannot believe you doubted me.
That was a beautiful cut, I have to say.
You want to rush over to those 2 balls, Kerry. See, now she's playing this as a sort of a roll, and that. Oh, no, that's good. But when you're starting to roll a ball, you don't have as much control over your own ball.
Nice hoop.
Yep.
Nice, nice stroke. It was very
Gone a bit far, but then
no, but the stroke was very nice. When she
Yeah.
ran it, it was a good follow through, and she just didn't want to,
didn't want to miss it.
miss it, or stick in it. And also, if you do hit them too gently, they do tend to do that bobbling thing. Of
Oh,
go in and
they
come out.
In fact, usually they just stick.
Anyway, she's got a long takeoff now up to
Green
green.
or brown, green probably. And she wants to be on the same line as green, but this side of it, so she can rush it.
I think trying to rush on green, I think you're asking for a little much.
Well, no, but she wants to be able to rush it down the line. And she's going to have that opportunity by the looks.
Yep, that's not bad. She can cut that probably into the corner.
I don't know, she just about cut it back to brown given the shot she's just played it to 1.
Yep, into the corner. She can now come along the line of the boundary, get her rush on brown
and
to
in
2.
an ideal world, put green into, because it's not a long.
She can certainly do a slightly thicker takeoff, but you've
Well, no, she played this as a roll into the hoop.
ooh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but the trouble with that is you do risk not getting your rush on brown.
Well, either way, it's just a matter of the pace.
Well, no, you're talking about angle as well.
Well, yeah, but that's what she's doing. And slightly longer rush than she would have, longer, a bigger gap than she would have liked, but
Missed it completely. So she didn't concentrate on the right thing, in my opinion. There,
yeah.
that was making sure she got that rush on brown. She
had the
concentrated
rush on brown, but
concentrated too much on worrying about green, getting green in, not building your break slowly.
I think she got the rush. She just didn't line it up properly.
She made it harder for herself.
It was only 4 or 5 foot rush.
Oh, 6 foot.
So another break goes begging.
Yep, one more, 1 hoop break. Anyway, the score is now 8-7. And also she's left pink
At 1. Mind you, no matter how you look at it, big shot here. And I think I'd be tempted to come straight to pink because there's 2 big shots really.
think Alison Sharp must have won as well. Seems to be over. So I think 4 of our matches have now finished. No, 5, isn't it? 5 of our matches are finished.
So that Lorna's rolled brown into the middle and gone to white. And she's left herself a 7-yarder. Which she seems to be fairly consistent at hitting.
That's why I was so surprised how much she missed down here, really, wasn't it?
Yes.
No, I think there's now
One,
only
two,
3
three
games.
games.
Yep.
Yeah,
So we have now got
five results.
Jenny has won, Debbie, Gabrielle,
Alison,
Alison Sharp, and Miranda. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. So we now have 5 results, haven't we? Yep. Yep. So we've got 1 Kiwi, 2 Kiwis, 1 Australian, and 2 English. It's 8-7 at the moment. So Lorna has brought her green ball down to hoop 1. Where Kerry Ann had left pink.
So she's got the potential here to create a break.
Yep. It's all dependent on this roll to the hoop.
I'd like to think she doesn't roll it herself. I'd like to see this.
Why wouldn't you roll it?
So I think you need more.
No, I think that's the shot.
I think you needed more depth on the pink. I'd bounce it from there. That's the shot I'd play. Yep.
Now, how would you play the next shot?
Well, this is a roll shot.
Yep.
Loading 3 and going down to brown.
Brown, yep. And worry about pink. Worry about white after.
Well, I think she'd probably, given the way she rokies, she'd probably make hoop 2
and then roki.
and roki white.
Yeah, I agree.
She's not.
No, she's not.
It looks like she's going down to white now.
It's still going awfully fast.
No, that's well.
Okay. You're going to be
well.
okay. No, it's okay. It's pulled up. Yeah. Yes, I wouldn't have. No, I would.
Well, I think her next shot is a hard shot. I believe, because you've sort of got the hoop in the way.
Yeah, and you've got to get beyond.
Yeah.
Whereas this approach, that roll stroke, it's one we do time and time again. Don't we?
Yeah. And it is just it's a straight roll because
that's right.
Your front ball's going to go a bit further than the other.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's what you were after.
Yeah. This way, she's also left pink behind too.
Yeah. So she's played that shot fairly well, apart from the angle on the brown. She's got a rush back across towards 2, but it'll still leave her the brown ball.
I think that's a pretty good shot.
Oh, it's a good shot.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that the rush...
White's perfect, you know.
Yeah.
And brown's, I mean, green is on brown's pretty good.
But it's not a rush to the hoop.
isn't it?
It's a rush to the vicinity of the hoop.
I think that's a rush to the hoop myself.
Now, Nelson, a rush to the hoop is where you can rush it to within 6 inches.
Well, she's only a yard and a half from the hoop.
Whoa. 2 yards.
I would be happy with that. And you want a bit of space to be able to put brown, deepish.
Yeah, see, that's gone to what I would say is the wrong side of the
Well, I
hoop.
agreed.
Oh, through, but
True, but it looks like it might be dead straight, so she might be. So she's calling for a referee.
yeah.
She's got a hampered shot. Yep. Ian Lyons coming out to referee.
Chris, you're not a designated referee here, are you? You're the manager. Here she's playing a hampered shot. It looks as though she's got a fairly straight. Yes, she connected. So here she's got now what I regard as a standard split, loading, coming out of hoop 2, going to hoop 3, unloading hoop 4. Again, it's one of those shots which demonstrates that you can make 2 balls talk for you. Yep,
That's
she's
pretty good.
played that pretty well.
A little bit deep in the brown, but
She has got pink down here to sort that.
yep, she's cut that over
Just cut
nicely.
that nicely. So she's through that well and truly. Left herself with a 8-yarder.
Yep. But the way she's been
Hey.
hitting the balls in the past,
Yeah.
She seems to have no fear of these kind of shots.
So I imagine here she'll take off to pink.
Seeing how she's played in the past, I think you're probably right.
Well, to get
No, she's not.
an advantage in getting both balls
She-
down.
She likes to confuse
So
us.
where's she going?
Doing a pass roll?
Hoping to hit the hoop with white?
No idea. Or just bringing it midfield.
No.
Doing a takeoff.
Looks pretty good, actually. In fact, I would say that's an excellent shot. She's got herself organised a rush to brown so she can rush it out and then push it back and get a good approach to her hoop.
I mean, this is what you want to be looking at, is being able to rush a ball
Yeah.
past the other ball and stop shot it back and
Yeah.
get your perfect rush on the brown. A lot of players, you know, want to just do takeoffs and
However,
things can sometimes go wrong, as you've just seen there.
however, she is presented with a fairly simple approach to a hoop, but no ball at 5.
But if she just
She
puts
could push it sideways.
she just puts the pink this side and then goes through and hits brown first,
Yeah.
and then she can stop shot that to
Yeah.
6, getting her rush on the pink.
Yep. But it's one of those situations where if things can go wrong, they will go wrong.
She's doing a little takeoff.
And that's all right, because if she Brown's the other way on the other side, she can rush that out to the line.
That's right.
She's expanding that lead as we.
She is, and she probably now the time is probably
50 minutes.
oh no, I'd say 40.
Is that right? We must be having so much fun, Nelson, because this
Yeah.
time's.
Might even be 35.
Stop shot this up to 6. Possibly. She may stop shot this pink ball up to 6, Nelson. Or certainly up the field. Because she's got brown as an escape ball. And she's nicely in front. Yeah. So she's made that hoop and gone right up to pink, and she's actually got quite a nice rush to hoop 6 without using brown, and potentially she could put pink over towards one back and then go through the hoop down to white, but she's rushed down to white, which is possibly a better bet.
Yep.
So I think white's infield, isn't it, slightly? I can't remember whether white's infield or not. Doesn't look like it actually from here.
So I'm just handing over to Jenny while I have a comfort break. Thank you.
Thanks, Nelson.
Hi, Jenny.
Okay.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good win.
Yeah. It was
Fairly
good to get a
fairly
performance yesterday.
comprehensive. I wasn't here yesterday, was it?
Oh, I couldn't hit barn door. So it was rough. So I went and had a big practice session and just hit everything I looked at today, which
Yeah.
was nice. So what's she up to here? Hoop 5?
No, she's up for hoop 6. She ran hoop 5 and went right down and got herself what looked like an easy rush to hoop 6, but she rushed it down to the white ball, and I thought with a mind to just rush it to the hoop and put pink where it is, but she hasn't used brown yet.
Yeah, this obsession people have with getting an early 2-back pioneer on tricky lawns, it's very much overrated. There we go. Who needs an early 2-back pioneer when you won't make hoop 6?
Exactly. I don't know. I still think that I'd rather be loading 2-back when I'm making 5.
Yeah,
Because that
depends.
shortens all the shots.
I'm only going to do that if I've got a good hoop 6 pioneer and got control of the pivot, because otherwise you need your pivot. Pivots are valuable.
Oh, well, they're all valuable, but I don't know. I find that a much simpler.
Yeah, I guess it's just a difference of approach.
Yeah.
I will if it's got the parity right and if I've got full control, but actually I quite like having a pivot. I'm pretty confident in my croquet strokes at the moment. I will be a good 2-back pioneer. So I'm not sure how long these guys got to go. Got about an hour, do you reckon?
So I'd say about 40 minutes.
Okay.
Nelson checked a little while ago, but now I'm not sure I can work out how long ago that was.
Yeah, it was about an hour and a half when I looked, but it was quite a while ago.
Yeah. And time seems to just slip by when you're having as much fun as we're having.
Yeah, Lorna's got a bit of a lead now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be so careful out there. The hoops are very difficult. The lawn's fairly tricky. God, it feels like it takes ages to play a break out there.
Well, no one's really got the balls organised yet to call anything a break.
Yeah.
And I mean, all she's got here is a bit takeoff for position on hoop 6, and I see that as she's
Much better option here, just keep control.
But
What's she got? She's got about a 6 hoop advantage, which is actually quite big in the context of
well,
this
it is
match.
now, given the way hoops are being scored.
Except that if Kerry-Ann chooses to play with white,
Yeah.
there is in fact a ball at her hoop, and given the struggle she's having, I think it's got a lot of merit in just shooting with white.
Yeah, I agree. Given there's a ball down by her hoop.
Obviously gives the world to Lorna, but sometimes you just have to take what's available to you. Yeah, one of the players that's really impressed me who's in the plate is Susan Lucas, because we had a New Zealand sort of get-together training weekend.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
she has really paid attention to the stuff Chris was talking about, and seeing her putting it into action is putting a lot of pressure on her opponents.
Yeah, well, that's good. Because she would have come into this particular event without particularly high hopes.
Yes. I think she's had a couple of wins maybe.
Yeah, I don't know.
But even, regardless of the wins, she has done the right thing. She's played aggressively against better players. She's got her ball to her hoop for good leaves. It's been quite good to watch.
Oh, yes, I know the people that came down really enjoyed it, really felt there was some value in it.
Good. Yeah, I always find it quite helpful actually being involved in coaching. It sort of reminds you the basics and things you should be doing.
Yeah, I feel the same actually. I don't see coaching as an imposition at all, because as you say, it reminds you of a whole lot of things. Green.
Better shots. She's been leaving a lot of those short earlier today.
Yeah, she was. She has left a number of them still short, but she rokies very well.
Yes. Better on the field than off.
I think her swing's somewhat reminiscent of yours.
I haven't seen my swing for a while. It's changed a bit lately.
Is it? Oh, yeah, I must admit I haven't. Well, you haven't played as much as you used to.
No, I had a couple of years off and be having another few months off after this.
Where are you off to?
Just going to be playing golf for a bit.
Oh, right.
Get back to playing croquet once I get to England. Just got myself a new mixed doubles partner, which I'm quite pleased about.
Oh, who's that?
I'll have to wait and see.
Oh, is that right?
But very pleased he said yes. And here we have Nelson back, and Nelson does look comforted.
And with a cup of tea.
There you go, Nelson.
Thanks very much.
So, how much progress has...
Well, not an awful lot, except that she has the innings, and I think that's a rush to 6.
Actually, the sun has come out. What,
Good Lord.
10 minutes?
It's so much so that Nelson has taken his ski jacket off. So the rush up to 6 has gone a little bit short, but it's pretty good. It's right in front of the hoop.
And I just had a look at the clock as I was coming back, so 36 minutes was on the clock when I passed.
Yeah,
So,
Jenny asked, and I said 40, so I wasn't too far out.
so it's about finishes it in about 25 to 5.
Yeah,
And then you've also got the regulation, whatever they call it now, 61 or...
oh, Lord knows. It
Lord
was 8,
Been-
then it
it's been
became 9.
changed so many
and I-
times.
But on the surface of it, this game's unlikely to go to a third.
Not looking at, certainly Lorna seems more in control of the... Is she overall?
She's gone past that well and truly.
So at the moment, Lorna will go back into corner 4, it looks like. Yeah, back into corner 4. When I don't know if people are aware, these are this is now because they took the 4 hours for their first game. This game only has 3 hours to play. At the end of that 3 hours, they have a time turn, and so the player in play, when the time goes, the other player has their final turn. So sometimes games can go on for another half an hour or more.
Oh, all of that. And it's possible to start a triple peel in time.
Absolutely. Oh, nice hit in by Kerry Ann. So Kerry Ann is 1 back with her pink ball, and not a lot on the field for her, really, is there?
Well, it's going to take a good set of play
Yep.
to make a lot of it. I think this is more of a situation where you separate the 2 balls, put them infield somewhere, and then go home to mum.
So at the moment it's 13-6, isn't it?
Yep. 8 and 5, yeah, 13-6, yes. No, 7.
7, you're right, 13-7.
Which in the context of this game is a substantial lead.
I think Cindy is ahead in her second game against Allison.
Game.
Their time must be similar to this game, I would think, because
All of
all
that.
these 3 games that are now being played have all
Gone to time.
all went to time, so they used up their 4 hours.
Yeah.
So they all must be approaching within the last hour of
Could you see what this game will finish around about, what, to 5? So if they start straight away, 25 to 8 before they finish.
And they won't start straight away, it will probably be 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And the match over on the next lawn here, where Claire Bassett is playing Heather Knight. The score at the moment is Heather is ahead she's 8 and Claire is on 5. So it's 8-5 with probably about an hour to go.
About the same would be still about 40 minutes, wouldn't it?
It might be a little bit longer. They might have taken a bit longer lunch.
Oh, yeah.
And also, I don't know what their time term was like either. That may have, because that doesn't eat into the 3 hours. That green is travelling.
No,
No, but it's travelling.
Yeah,
It's certainly going to be in the yard line, I think, or just
on the yard line.
on the yard line.
It's probably not what she was after.
No.
Always handy to have your opponent's balls infield.
Infield, absolutely.
And it is very slightly.
So she'll just be going back, probably leaving herself some sort of rush. She might even leave the rush for white, or maybe.
Although that's harder to do.
Hard to do because I think white's slightly in, isn't it? Yep.
I'm not sure. It probably is.
She's probably leaving it for. She's probably going to play for pink. She's got to think about making some hoops. That's the thing.
Yes.
And if she only makes 3 hoops, that's still not going to give her. Whereas if she makes the 6, I suppose that. But of course, that gives a contact.
Yep.
And with only less than half an hour to go.
Yes, it's getting down to the desperate stage.
Yep. If she made a break of 6 with this, would make it 13 all, wouldn't it? What do you usually calculate if you're making a break? 4 minutes a hoop?
I don't know. I never know. I mean, you can go around in 25 minutes,
You
which
can,
is
but you've got to be,
you've got to be on your side. 40 minutes.
So 6 hoops,
25 minutes.
Yeah, 20 minutes. Yeah.
Although if you're in play, it doesn't matter.
So Lorna has gone slightly defensive, put her ball into corner 4.
Which I'm not so sure about.
I'm not sure about that either.
I think I'd have been given that if things. Oh no, it's going to be pink to play.
Yeah, I mean, but that's even doing that for pink is it's certainly giving pink a good opportunity to
Well, pink can score.
Can take off to green after making one back and get a rush on brown.
If you got a rush coming out of the hoop.
Yep. A little bit hard, but still doable at one back. She's taking off to green. She's not approaching the hoop.
Well, if it comes off, she can load 2 back.
Good takeoff.
Good takeoff, that's for real.
Good length. Oh, sorry.
Are we?
Talking too quietly. Or just not saying it.
We're trying not to give advice.
So try and tone it up a bit. I believe we're speaking too quietly, but the problem is we often have the players near us, and we don't want to disturb the players or give them disturb their play. So we'll try
give them the benefit of our enormous experience.
Yeah. So Kerry-Ann is now setting she's trying to put green to 2 back and get a rush on brown to one bag.
And the rush has
That
not
rush
gone well.
Did not go well. So now she's got the option of, I mean, even taking off and running the hoop's not a good option because
No,
because
nothing to work with.
nothing to work with. So I think she'll be going back and setting herself a nice rush on.
And technically, she could roll both balls over and hope. And if you rushed brown into the middle, rolled brown into the upfield.
Well, it's not bad where it is really. Just make sure she goes back and she could even try and get it into a wide position, I suppose.
Well, assuming she's going to set for pink.
She may be set for white at this stage. Less than 25 minutes to go.
I think she had a go at getting position there.
She's certainly not hurrying herself, is she?
No. She may not be particularly conscious of the time. I mean,
Yes,
sometimes
she is. I walked past her earlier and she actually told me what the time was.
Oh, righto.
So it looks like she's setting for white, I think.
I think she's got to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying with the
Really, with the
that way
amount
she'd
of
make
time
11
left.
hoops with this one.
Yeah. Although Nelson, she'd be giving a contact. She could make 7, including the peg, with white, and that would put her one ahead. And
And not give the.
and
No,
do
she
a
make,
lead.
no, she make 8.
No, she can make 6, and the peg is 7 with
No, no.
white. With
No.
pink, sorry, with
No,
pink.
but white she can make 8 and only
Oh, yeah.
and only give a lift,
Yes.
and that would still put her ahead, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Can make her 14.
Yep.
No, 15. So would you be tempted to have brown at pink and white?
I think I would.
I would.
I don't see much merit in coming to green because
No.
two balls sort of
Yep.
vaguely together are always handy to have.
Yep. And I mean, Kerry could turn around and actually hit the brown ball. I know, but she could also
She's also missed
she'd
the
all miss it.
ball. It's kind of there's a lot of pressure on every shot she's got now. Not making these decisions rapidly.
It's a very defensive play, you must admit.
Well, with 20 minutes to go and 13-6 up in a low-scoring game. But I think you could be defensive more quickly.
You mean waste less time?
Well, look, no. I just said be defensive more quickly. That's what I said. Oh, no.
Well, why not? Why not? Because green's down
Well,
here. Yes,
yeah.
that's not a bad idea, really.
Yeah, I guess. too far.
But if you go back and look at the way she played that, she.
Yeah, but that's how she plays those
I
shots.
know, but
It's better off as a sort of more of a stop shot.
Yeah. She's
Oh, what a great hoop. Has she got a shot?
She got a shot. Not an easy shot, that's for sure. Ian's may be required.
Ian's
But we
hovering.
won't do the Australian thing, Ian, and run onto the lawn.
It's a very good hoop, I'd have to say.
Yes, the Australian, you don't. Referee can walk onto the lawn. You don't have to be on call in Australia.
Is that right?
This is a situation we were talking about before, about Peter was talking about. This is what we call a critical shot. Now, if she actually did touch the ball with her mallet, that would be her shot.
What if it's marked?
If it's marked, it's not.
Yeah.
And she hasn't marked it, and the referee hasn't marked it.
Not yet, anyway.
No. But if she, when she was actually,
she's running. As it turns out, she's running away.
But if she had just tapped that without having it marked, that would have been her.
Yep.
Whether she intended to hit it or not, that would be her shot under the new
That's
rules.
correct. Cindy's one ahead. Cindy's one ahead against Alison Robinson.
I said she was ahead, yeah.
There's only one.
There's been a lot of games in this tournament that have been won by one.
Yeah. But in terms of the timing factor, if it were to get to all square, how long is it going to take either of them to score the next two?
So Lorna has a lift because Kerry Ann ran one back and then could not hit her partner ball. So Lorna has picked up Brown and brought it to the A book. She now has probably a
7 yard.
7 yard shot at green.
At green. And she's hit pretty well all of these that we've seen.
She's hit, hasn't she?
And where's the brown ball for? 3 back. Yeah. So 17 minutes to go. Scores 13-7.
19. So we're 17 minutes to go in this game. And on the game between the two Australians is 19 minutes. And the score is still only
8-5.
8-5 to Heather. And Heather is one game ahead.
Regrettably, no one's attacking my record for the lowest scoring game in a World Championship.
What was that?
3-5 against Phil Cordingley.
Oh, that's right. Yes. No, yes.
And I led for 3/4 of the game.
I still think Annabelle's one is better when she actually beat the world champion 7-4. sure Paddy won't mind me reminding him of that.
In my defence, it was played at Plympton.
Yes, and this one was played at Plympton too.
Yes.
Yeah. I think you probably would have given up croquet.
I got very close, quite honestly.
If you had to play on those sort of lawns, you know, it's
Yep.
it's just painful, isn't it? Mm.
Well, it wasn't croquet.
No.
And we've got greenkeepers that spend their lives keeping our lawns A, looking quite nice, and B, playing well. And these were, half of them had no dirt and no grass at all, and they had a sort of a 1 and 3 hillside,
And there was wind,
and there was wind.
and the lawns were, and the hoops were set dead solid in the ground.
Well, I played one shot from the boundary, the centre line, going up to hoop 5, and putting a ball to hoop 6. And my ball got up to hoop 6, and then went sideways and went out on the west boundary. And that's an absolute fact.
Yes, I think that some of those games is ingrained in people's memory, you know, forever. Mm. So Lorna has
She's rushed white down towards 1, and she's got a.
and she's for 3 back, isn't she?
Yeah. So she's.
I think she's just going to be setting again, isn't she? Mm.
Oh, because she's used green.
Yes, she's used green.
Green's now stuck out in the middle.
Middle of the field.
So it's evasion tactics by the looks.
And the only good thing is she's got both balls. Where's she going to? Oh, I'm going to put white up there.
She's going to put white down by white's hoop, which I quite like.
I do,
I quite like the idea.
They're both going to be in field too,
Yeah.
which is good.
And then
Probably just
I assume she
go
would
to
guard green
she might even
against pink.
She might just go to corner
Corner
4
4.
again. Seems to be her favourite spot.
Of course, if she goes to corner 4, it sort of gives pink the option of going for white.
Is she trying to actually hit the green? Hit the green.
Yeah,
and-
well.
No, just going out to the east boundary. East boundary, yes, east boundary.
There's a
I have probably in the vicinity of about 12 or 13 minutes, I think.
people are coming onto the lawns now with a little more alacrity.
So Kerry Ann is going back towards her own ball, pink onto white. She misses. I think Lorna will probably play a defensive shot here, don't you?
I'd be very surprised if she attacks probably into corner 4.
Yep.
If you're going to be very defensive, into corner 1.
Oh, that's silly.
But if you take your time to play it, work out where you're going to go.
She already knew she was going into corner 4. Yep.
Again, I don't quite know why she didn't go just out of the corner.
I haven't seen her do that once.
No.
Always right into the corner.
Yeah. Because if she shoots at it,
I know. it's always better to come just slightly out of the corner,
Mm.
because one, people can't then get a cannon, and two, if you shoot and
Got a
miss,
shot
you've,
again.
you've got to rush somewhere.
Yeah.
So Kerry Ann has played her white ball out to pink. So I imagine she'll just roll to her hoop.
No,
Or
I
she
think
may just
no,
take
I
off
think
again.
I think she'll take off to them and separate them again. Although she needs to make hoops.
She needs to
No,
make some hoops.
Looks like she's going for the hoop. Ooh. Fallen a bit short, but technically makeable.
Well, if you think so. No, she's just given herself a rush back.
I don't think she's got that either.
No. Again, didn't take enough care over the shot. Sorry.
Well, I think the hoop was in the way. I think it just clipped the leg of the hoop.
Did it?
Yeah.
So Lorna's going to shoot up the boundary on brown with green.
9-yarder.
Yep, and she hits.
Green
So
for hoop
she's-
5.
And for 6. Green is for 6,
rather, and the
so
two balls
she's
there.
setting 2 balls up near her hoop. So she's got a chance of actually making a few hoops here.
Extending the lead. Got down there very well, and now has the opportunity to set up a break.
Gone to game 3. Gone to game 3.
And
Just a little bit of an update on one of the other matches against Alison Robinson playing Cindy Clark. It's now 1 game all, so they will now go to their 3rd game in the match.
this
Yep,
ball's been rushed nicely up to hoop 6.
yeah,
She's
and
low.
nice pioneer at one
Nice
back.
pioneer at 1 back.
So you know, if she carries on, this will probably be her last turn.
Every chance.
Yep.
She can keep it going. Now she's put that ball. Why didn't she put that ball on the other side of the hoop so that she had the room to
I know to.
load 2 back?
Absolutely. She really, if you put it that side.
Yeah.
It's those little shot, you know, placement of balls, you know, is so important where you place them to what you're going to actually.
And righto, she can rush it down to the thing and then take off back, but they're both not dependable shots.
No, absolutely. And she.
And
Commentator's curse again, yeah. So this probably would be her last turn, of course. Probably about 6 minutes now, I think. 6 or 7.
The more generous of us would say that she's playing safe.
No. It's funny, she's missed two of those
Yeah,
turn Rokies.
yeah.
She did it after two back, and now again. I don't know whether perhaps she didn't sort of stalk, herself, but it was too easy,
Yeah, took the shot too lightly.
Mm. So she has now got 14.
It's 14-7.
14-7.
In the context of the game, it's a major lead, given that Kerry Ann's got to somehow get down to 2 back. I'd be sorely tempted here. It's an exceeding long shot. Is to take off from white to get in front of 2 back, go through the hoop, and then she's got green. But because the longer she just mucks around setting up,
She's got to leave it for white.
I think she's trying to wire herself from green, but I don't see green.
No, green's
Even
not gonna shoot,
vaguely
no.
having
Why
a
would
shot
green
at her.
shoot? Yeah, I mean, especially with, as I say, less than 5 minutes to go.
Yeah. I think you'll
Green's
see
going to play totally defensively
see
now.
Brown. Well, I don't think green will shift. I think Brown will go.
Well,
into,
she could shoot it up to corner 3, couldn't she?
Well, no, she could put it into because white will be playing.
Yeah.
So she'd be
Oh,
in
yes,
corner
absolutely.
4.
Yeah. And corner 1's probably a better option here.
Well, that's a bit close to green.
Hmm?
It's potentially a bit close to green.
Which? No, corner
Corner
1 was
one.
green.
Well, yeah, but green and brown, that you could almost make use of them there.
Could you?
Well, not easily. I certainly wouldn't be doing
No,
this.
wouldn't be doing this. No, isn't it amazing? I mean, when she's been defensive and now she actually decides to be aggressive.
So,
That's surprising, isn't it?
oh, very.
I mean, when there's, less than 5 minutes to go, she decides to go together.
And with white in a very
and-
good
and
scoring
forward
position.
I mean, this is the time when you do be defensive. There's times in this game when she has been defensive when she didn't need to be, and now she isn't being defensive. It's very strange. Probably
So
the
strictly
tension must be getting to her.
Strictly speaking, Kerry Ann's been presented with an opportunity here to win the game.
Yep.
She's still got to do it, but
But you shouldn't be even giving people the
chance,
possibility
yeah.
or chance.
What is it? Never give a sucker an even break?
No, I think that's the expression. Was that a Marx Brothers or something?
I have no idea. Or don't take your foot off their neck.
No. She got it through, and I think she can.
She may
can
have a
hit it.
shot.
I think she has. Ian's on
The
the
very
lawn again.
athletic Mr. Lyons leaping over the, whatever you might call them, the tubing.
Yep.
To be honest, time at this stage now, Nelson, is not of the essence. If she can
No,
keep
no,
going.
that's right, absolutely. She just needs to hit that and take off to the.
Yep.
And I think she's got to do a takeoff here. I don't think she, I mean, it's she's got to do something. She doesn't want to play a really difficult shot at this stage.
Yes.
She got it.
If you were a confident roller, you could be sorely tempted to play a roll
You could, but
over those 2 balls. Because really she now needs all the balls to help her. It looks like she's
do it.
doing
Yeah,
it.
she's going to go for it. It's brave. It's going to be way short, way short. And that's ball going off the lawn. See, I just don't agree. I just don't agree with that playing that sort of shot. I just think it's silly. I'm sorry.
It'd be all right if she rolled it.
Yeah, but
But she didn't roll it. She drove it.
I know. But as you said, if you're confident, if you confidently know how you play that shot, but I mean, she played it so badly.
Yeah.
Why not do the shot you're more confident getting, and that's the takeoff, you know.
Pull the white back in, I guess. Or the pink back in, rather. Green's likely to play.
So time's going to go in any second, I think.
Green's
Yep, any second, and the clock has gone. So time's gone, and Kerry Ann will have another turn because the clock went during Lorna's turn.
Lorna has not yet played a shot, so whatever shot this turn is her last turn.
The last turn, yep. I would be looking to rush this right up into the corner 3, come down to white, rush that up into another corner, and put my other ball in another corner.
Yes.
Well, actually, this is not bad because this way she gets she's able to use the pink. Oh.
Pink's already in a corner.
And well, yeah, but she could have rushed it down and put brown that corner, and then used that to go to the you know.
Yeah. I certainly wouldn't be attempting to make a hoop with an opposition ball. And certainly not the white.
And putting the balls in the middle of the lawn. No. Now's the time when you do become very defensive. Mm-hmm.
She's got herself a rush.
Well, sort of rush.
To one back. But why would you?
Why would you? Mm.
There's someone that's obviously playing on time.
Yep.
Yeah, and time's just gone. And the red ball has disappeared. And she gets another shot.
It's 6-10 between Claire and Heather. Claire on 10 and sorry, Heather on 10 and Claire on 6.
Lorna.
And it's now Claire's time turn.
And she has looks from here as though she's got to rush up to her hoop.
It does look like that.
Whereas meantime, back at the main game, Lorna's attempting to get in front of one back, which gives away a lift.
Yes.
It doesn't matter how you look at it.
It's just...
I would say,
Now she's going to attempt a hoop that she could easily fail. She'd easily fail. And
give white another chance.
And as they, she's also making a lift, you know. She's run it.
She's run, but she's still made a lift.
Yep.
Mind you, she's got another hoop in her pocket as well.
She now has another hoop in her pocket, as you say. And she has a ball somewhat in the proximity of two back.
Would you be going for it, given that you've given away a lift?
If you've done what you've done.
I think I'd be putting white in the middle and putting green in corner 2, if it were me. And Claire's just failed 4. Again. Not again, but that's the end
So
of that match.
Heather
Next
Knight
is-
has now qualified for the last 8. Claire Bassett is out.
And Lorna's on a suicide mission still.
Yep. So she could put this stop shot a little bit and then send that into corner 2, wouldn't she? Send green to corner 2.
You could play a shot here that would put brown out up the middle
Well, you
and,
do, and
green down.
but even if you just do a little sort of sending that, mid-boundary. Or just do a takeoff. Yeah, takeoff thick. Yeah, thick typho.
At last.
So she basically put both balls off in the same shot, trying to take them out of play as possible. That is Lorna's last shot, and she has a score of 15, and Kerry Ann is on
8, is it?
9,
Yep, 9.
and
So Kerry
Ann
Ann's
has
got
a
to
shot.
play white.
she's got to play white. Pink does not give her enough. Lorna.
Look, I would say that white has to hit green first. Down the line and try and get a rush on brown across to pink.
You could. She's got a lift, so she could come down here. And go
She
right
has,
on
yeah.
that,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yes, if she got good contact on
Contact
brown.
brown. And that's the end of this match. Kerry Ann has missed, so Lorna goes into the last 8.
And there's only one match carrying on now, which is Cindy Clark and Alison Robinson.
But I think we're probably going to call it a day.
Are we?
I think we are.
We've been asked to keep an eye on that game. And
I don't think so.
are you sure?
I'm sure. I think I'm just going to go and speak to to Greg Bryant and just understand what he wants to do.
Yep.
Just one moment.
Right. Well, while you're doing that,
Okay, before we sign off, I'll give you a rundown on today's matches. As we said earlier, Jenny Clark has qualified, and she is due to play Lorna Derwin tomorrow. So, that's in one match. This next match, Miranda Chapman will play Debbie Lyons. Alison Sharp does not know her opponent yet. It's between Cindy Clark and Alison Robinson, and they are one game all and have just started their third game. In the bottom part of the draw, Heather Knight will play Gabrielle Higgins. So at the moment we have 2 Australians, 2 English, and there will be obviously 3 New Zealanders because Cindy and Alison are both Kiwis. So we will be streaming tomorrow again from 8:30, streaming the quarterfinals. So we look forward to being with you tomorrow morning. I hope you've enjoyed the day. Bye for now.